And welcome to the Thurston County Board of County Commissioners Board Work Session for Wednesday, May 12th, 2021, 12:01 p.m. My name is Ty Menser, Chair of the Board of County Commissioners. Participating through our Zoom is Vice Chair Commissioner Gary Edwards. To my left is Commissioner Carolina Mejia. To her left is the County Manager Amiro Chavez, and then we have Assistant County Manager Robin Campbell by Zoom, so we have a true hybrid situation here, and then our budget staff are also participating through Zoom. The public can follow along on our county YouTube channel or through a conference line we have, 360-252-9020. The pin is 1234. The topic today is Budget Amendment 1 work session, and we're scheduled until 4:30. We'll talk about the timing of all of that, but this could stretch through most of the afternoon. Commissioner Edwards, are you able to hear me clearly?
Yes, sir.
Very good, and I can hear you clearly, so that's great. Okay, well, with that, then we're kind of in the middle. This is really a continuation of a two prior work sessions. I believe in my notes, this is the third session of trying to plow through a number of budget amendment proposals, and we're kind of in the middle. I assume that Robin knows exactly where we are. I've got line 29 or so, I think is what I wrote down. But, I'll turn it to the county manager to kind of walk us through where we're headed today.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. A little bit of logistical information, just about one or so. I'm asked you to break so you can take lunch, and we have a working lunch. Unfortunately, Commissioner Edwards is going to miss that fantastic lunch that we got for today. But as an overall, as you stated, Commissioner, you will continue in reviewing the items that have been submitted for your consideration as part of the budget amendment number 1. I will ask you, and then staff will walk you through, give you a perspective of information they have already received in terms of the general fund, the ending fund balance, and as well as some of the information as to how some of the requests as part of the budget amendment 1 could have an effect on the general fund if the board approves all of them. So just to give you a perspective in terms of the magnitude, and that information has been provided to you. So when all that information is put in place before you, then we'll come back and they will ask you to start making preliminary final decisions on this. Not to say that you will have the opportunity to, revise or review those decisions, but that is the intent of today. It will be, and we will walk you through, at the beginning will be in terms of the groupings that you will probably have seen in terms of the technical changes, the fund balance adjustments, the operating or carryover maintenance level grants. And then we're going to be concentrating, hopefully at the end, in terms of the operation policy requests that you have received, because that's the significant impact of the general fund as a whole. And then at that point, we'll go item by item, and we'll ask you to exercise your vote on those. That is, it is an aggressive schedule for this afternoon, and I will hope that we can go through that. If not, obviously we can schedule follow-up meetings as needed. So please don't feel rushed on this today, but that's the objective from staff for today's meeting. On the whole conversation, I will ask you to focus on slide number 11. They have been provided to you. And as a matter of feedback, slide 11 is the budget amendment that you agree in terms of on the principles as to how you're going to be exercising your decision-making process and approving or not some of the policy requests that we have received. So I will encourage you to have that in front of you. There is a lot of work to cover today, but nothing new. The only thing, additional information, and that was the request of the board last time, is to bring you an overall impact of the Blake decision. And the staff, Olivia, has coordinated all that with offices and departments affected by the Blake decision. And that is the additional information that we have provided to you. The rest of the information is something you already have seen, but keep in mind that the Blake decision impacts is included on your packet today and also will be part of your conversation today. Did I miss anything, Robin?
No, I think you covered it all, Romero. That's where we're going this afternoon.
Any questions before we give the floor to the expert?
I guess I do have one question on the Blake issue.
Yes, sir.
Whatever we decide on that for the different offices that have put in a request, I suppose we're going to be putting in for reimbursement at some point in time from the state on that particular issue, whether that falls under unfunded mandates or what. But I just wonder if we could at least have those entities that put in at least be prepared to write a letter of exceptional need or something like that based on that we would be able to submit at some later date, because I know we'll probably be scrutinized pretty close about that.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Good point. And when we get to the conversation of the Blake decision, staff will provide you with all the options that perhaps we have, including potential revenue from the state to address the impacts of the Blake decision. So right on point, and we'll dive into those details of the Blake decision when we get to that point.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay,
All
Rob,
right, are we ready?
you're up. Yep.
Okay, so we are going to begin by continuing where we left off, partway through the policy packet and reviewing items that you have not heard discussed yet. Now, I'm looking at my policy packet and I realize that I did not mark the place where we left off.
We left off at,
Denise?
Yeah, did Mark. Go ahead.
I believe we left off at item 29.
Yep.
29.
Of the policy level.
On the policy statement,
That's
it's
right.
under
We are
medic
in
1.
Policy. And that looks right.
Do we have a page number?
We have a page number, Commissioner, page 8.
Okay.
Of the policy label, Commissioner.
Of the policy packet. Each packet has its own page numbers.
In the green bar at the top.
Okay.
Are you there?
Not quite.
Okay.
Just I'm getting close here. And it's not under maintenance on page 8, huh?
No, sir, it's
Okay.
policy. The policy.
Okay. I guess I don't have mine split into that, but I'm sure I'll be there shortly. Okay, here I am.
Okay, and I am going to share my screen so people can follow along that way. And I had marked on my electronic version that we had just finished up line 28. So moving on to line 29, it is a request from Medic 1 for Medic 1 paramedic advertising costs because they are having a high attrition rate at this time and would like to work with a specialist to seek qualified candidates. So they requested $7,000 for that. And again, like in other sessions, I am just going to continue down this list unless you stop me. So paramedic advertising costs $7,000. Line 30, also a request from Medic 1 for the authority to cover unanticipated increases in operating costs for the Olympia Fire Department. Their contract is increased by $20,000.
Robin, could I just ask a quick question on that?
Yes, sir.
On these issues, is that almost just pass-through money?
No, I would not characterize Medic One as pass-through money. Medic One is currently, not only are they subject to county appropriation, but they have known what their budget was, and it is, under RCW, it is illegal to obligate for more than your appropriation authority. So, that is one issue. And the second is that Medic One funds are currently I'm not going to say, I want to avoid saying in trouble. They are challenged with the fund balance until they pass a levy. So I would not characterize this as simple pass-through money.
Okay, it's not general fund money, though. They have their own funding source.
I agree with that. It is money
okay.
from a restricted fund, but it's a restricted fund that's having trouble with their fund balance.
Okay, just for clarification, because I'm not on the same page you are, although I'm on page 30, I'm on line item 30 with Medic One on that $20,000.
Yeah.
I'm on page 11 on, I'm trying to look at the bottom here. It's from 4/23/21. And so maybe my pages are different. I'm on policy amendment 1, 2021, line 30. So I might have to ask for a little more clarification as you move through, just so you know.
Okay, thank you.
But I've got all the information.
I'm working off the original documents that were handed to you. They're dated April 21st.
Okay, well, I've got an updated one from the 23rd of April. So
Okay.
it's the information's all there. Go ahead.
All right.
I can see it.
If you run into changes, please do speak up.
Okay.
Okay, so other questions about the increased contract cost?
Yes, I don't really understand this one. Is it a kind of a contract that is open? You know, there's contracts where, you know, we're going to call you in all of these situations, and then it just turned out like kind of like where you have the contract jail, and you don't really know how many things are going to fall into the bucket that you contract for. Versus you made a statement that said, well, you can't allocate more than what you've been budgeted for, but when you're under these different contracts, you don't always have that precise control.
All county contracts come with a clause that says that they're subject to available funds, and our contracts have a cap. Even the contracts that are, you know, they are within our control to an extent.
Okay.
But they have a cap.
And then in this case, they went and renegotiated a contract in December after the budget, and they just weren't able to come to they had guesstimated a lower amount by 20,000 than what they were able to actually get an agreement for with the Olympia Fire Department. Is that what we're dealing with?
That is what this sounds like, but we can check in with Kurt.
But you're right. I think it's timing. When the board approved the budget in December, perhaps this was negotiated after the fact. So they require additional expenditure authority to meet the intent of this new contract. But I think you're right, it's just a matter of timing as to when that contract was renegotiated.
And it's kind of vague, like operating, what exactly is happening in this contract? I mean, these are questions that I have. I'm not saying that you guys have the answers necessarily, but, you know, I don't know. Is this just a critical component of Medic One's operation? We don't have a choice, kind of like jail beds, you know? I mean, or is it something that there's discretion being, in terms of the scope of the contract? Could it be narrowed to fall within, I don't know. I mean, it's, increased operating costs for a contract doesn't tell me much.
Okay. So we'll follow up.
We will follow up with Kurt. Line 31, if we're done with line 30, is a request for $40,000 for Medic One outreach. The Medic One is asking for funding to provide public information.
And this is related to the ballot measure, and this is just informational aspects.
Like an informational mailing, like we were planning
Yeah,
for.
it's just a flyer, yeah.
Right.
By any chance, is this in reference to that executive session we were not able to have yesterday?
Yes. Yeah, you're on point. It's tied to that.
Okay, got it.
And just to make sure that if the board approves this, we need to make sure that all of us understand what the sideboards are.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to line 32. This is a request from Emergency Management from the General Fund for $2,000 to do background checks, emergency worker background checks.
And this item, related to this item, the Sheriff's Office was providing that support to Medic One, the background checks. And the Sheriff's Office is no longer going to do it out of their own budget. That's really what it is.
So the sheriff is saving $2,000?
I don't know. So the conversation that I have with Kurt about this is the Sheriff's Office is going to be charging for those services, I believe.
You know, I don't know the particulars on this particular issue, but I know there's certain restrictions on what the sheriff can run through the state record system. So that could be playing into this as well.
Could be.
I see they're going to go to the state patrol, I think. Yeah.
Fees to the state patrol, true.
Yeah. And it has to do with reevaluation of the state law by the patrol on what they can provide. Anyway, I'm familiar with something there. It's just a technical thing, I believe.
All right. Line 33, also from Emergency Management. They are requesting $2,440 for a refrigerator for the ECC. Line 34 is for the road.
Robin,
Yes,
could I ask
Yes.
you a question on that, please?
Please.
Okay, so they're asking for a refrigerator at the ECC, and they had that ECC activated for COVID for what, about a year, didn't they? Or maybe they still are.
No, the ECC stood down.
Oh, okay, it is stood down, but that it was operating for a long period of time there, wasn't it? As a COVID issue?
Yes, and also the IMT, which is the Public Health Emergency Response, meets there as well. although the ECC has not stood, but the IMT is still using this facility.
True.
So,
Okay,
If where you were going is, can we pay for the refrigerator with COVID money?
Yeah,
The
yes.
answer is no.
what? Okay, I'm not going to buy that. I know you're going to say that, but I think that that is an exact example of utilizing public equipment that we needed to maintain that operating center. So I'm going to disagree with you on that. I haven't read the rules, but I cannot imagine you wouldn't be allowed to have an EOC operation functional if it was put in service because of the COVID issue.
I mean, what is the fridge being used for? Is it for something having to do where they have to keep certain material cool or what?
No, I believe it was I don't know the answer to that, but I can't imagine there isn't a nexus to the emergency of the COVID issue.
For me, I see it in two ways. If it's used for, something where it's being used for, let's say, keeping the vials for the vaccine cool. But if it's just being used for staff,
Lunch for people
for
that,
staff, then
Lunches.
I don't think there's a nexus there. I don't see how we can cross that bridge if it's just for staff.
well, as I think is for staff and other members of the ECC when they respond to an emergency. When, let's say, if it's a fire emergency or a flooding emergency, the ECC stands and they have other members of outside of the county who come in. But really that's to store meals and provide that type of support to those members of the ECC.
Right.
can I ask a question on this? I have a different kind of angle. I'm just curious as to why, I mean, there isn't anything in the budget that covers like every day, I mean, we don't see a budget request every time a copier breaks at Public Health or a desk chair breaks at Public Works. I mean, this is a piece of equipment in the building. I'm surprised this isn't covered by some pre-existing line item in the budget for just kind of upkeep of the facility.
It wouldn't be necessarily in the facility costs, but almost every budget has a line item for small equipment.
And the emergency management does not have such a line item?
I would not say that.
Okay.
I guess the reason that request because perhaps they don't have capacity within the existing budget to purchase this.
I would not agree with that.
No, I said that's the argument.
Emergency management. So capacity we can talk about soon. And let's move to the next, but you understand what it is.
I do understand what it is.
Perfect. Yep.
That part's clear.
Yep. Okay. Line 34 is for roads and transportation. They had booked an excess of revenue, and so they are making just a revenue adjustment, decreasing motor vehicle fuel tax, county aerial preservation program, and the military forest receipt is an increase actually that offsets, but they're still down by $300,000.
Nothing unusual about this in terms of how it's being done?
No.
Okay.
This is really the impact of vehicles not traveling in 2020. So which reduction on the gas tax.
Right. Line 35 is for the Long Lake Management District from Public Works. They are requesting a $330,000 increase in professional services to do the the work on the lake that's been requested by the district steering committee. And they would pay for this out of fund balance in the fund. And basically, they would be doing this work sooner than they had originally anticipated, which is why it was not in the original budget.
I have a question in regards to this. Is this something that the LMD will be paying for, or Public Works?
The LMD. LMD fund, yeah.
So wouldn't that be like under revenue, like as well?
No, they've already collected the revenue. It's in their fund balance.
Okay.
So this request is asking for budget authority to expend their fund balance.
Okay.
Right. And again, they had been anticipating, not this year, but they've got the money, and the steering committee is requesting that the work be done. And it was part of a briefing that you received on March 16th. You've already allowed the contract for this.
Remember, you issue a couple requests for proposals.
Mhm.
And as a result, the request for proposals was treatments for Lawrence Lake and 2 treatments for Long Lake. And this is the additional treatment for Long Lake.
Okay, line 36 is a road project at Mud Bay and Evergreen Parkway. And they are asking, Public Works is requesting an increase in expenditure authority for this project. Line 37.
Well,
Yep.
I guess being nobody else has a question, I'll ask about 36.
Great.
Now, recognizing that we're talking about, well, no, I'm going to let that go. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll bring it up on another issue.
Okay. So the work on Mud Bay and Evergreen Parkway would be paid in part with traffic mitigation fees that have been collected in previous years. Line 37, also from Public Works for roads. The Public Works is requesting an accountant position to assist with the transition to the ERP.
And could you explain that a little more?
So, every
My print is small.
the amount is small.
No, the print is.
Oh, the print. I apologize. So this position, the person who would be hired for this position, would be working on the transition to the ERP. As we transition to the ERP, it's going to be a heavy lift, not only for financial services, HR, and the budget team, but every office and department will have work to do, setting up the new chart of accounts, preparing for the integration. They'll be involved in the testing. They'll be working on the project implementation, where we're going to be adjusting our processes. And in Public Works in particular, we're going to decommission CAMS. That is a system that they currently use for payroll, and we're going to put Public Works in the main payroll system, the new payroll system, along with everyone else. So Public Works has a lift that no other office or department has. That being said, the question is, do they need to hire someone this year, or can it wait until next year?
And was it a partial position because of the 31,000?
They are 31,000. That will also includes costs on line 38 and 39. Will also help to pay for this position, so it's closer to 50,000, and that is only half a year. So next year you could double that amount.
Okay, thank you.
Robin, what is the timeline for when I can't remember when this person would need to be working?
So I think that we do the kickoff and start to design the chart of accounts in October of this year. And I don't know that the people doing the kind of work that's described in Public Works would have the heavy lift at the end of this year. And perhaps Denise can, maybe you know a little more. Yep.
I think one of the things that this position was going to keep the regular operations going, so that some other folks would be able to participate in those groups, into dealing with the chart of accounts and the work that's starting right away.
Right. The other concern I have here is, while Public Works does have a unique situation with CAMs, every office and department is going to be impacted.
So suggesting that maybe we need to come back to the board to have a, similar to the Blake decision, that you like to have a holistic impact. I think for the implementation of the ERP, we need to come back to the board holistically as to what will be the impacts to offices and departments in implementing this system, and what the temporary support we may need to implement it. So maybe this conversation should be as part of your 2022, 2023 budget.
That is my recommendation on this. I don't know that this is necessary this year. So
Sounds good to me.
37, 38, and 39. Moving to line 40, there is a request from your social services, public health and social services, for the housing. This is funding for the Regional Housing and Human Services Fund. It would come from the Housing Fund. And I'm prior. So I'm not clear. We took such a long break between sessions that I don't even remember this one.
Maybe I can help.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, so this is when staff of public health put the budget for 2021. Yeah, obviously they made assumptions back in August of last year. So the additional expenses have increased for 2021, and this is the result of the request for proposals that I believe Commissioner Mejia is reviewing. So it's part of all the overall funding. So they are requesting they have additional revenue of $15,375, and the expenditures have increased. And they do have ending fund balance. They can cover the remainder. So it's more about, knowing that this year the additional expenditures have increased. They were not included when they make the assumptions on preparing the budget for this year.
Would that apply to line 41, Romero?
In addition to, yeah.
Well, the way I'm reading this is a little different. It says that revenue collected in the prior year was not spent as anticipated in 2020, so additional spending is coming out of the fund balance this year. So in a sense, it's not additional spending. It's just it's like carrying forward spending that wasn't spent last year.
Right. So it's carry forward in addition is right. It's additional expenditure authority in 2021. You're right.
versus them actually versus adding things that they're spending money on.
Because they made assumptions that some of the money will be spent in 2020, but they didn't.
Yeah, that sounds like a carryover scenario.
Right.
For line 40. 41 is clearly more revenue coming in. It's because it's recording fees.
Right.
All right. So public health is requesting additional appropriation authority to spend money this year that was not spent last year on line 40. And line 41 is $1 million more in revenue than they had anticipated. Questions about those two items?
And is this money that goes then through the RHC's RFP process, or?
Yeah, it is already included as part of the financial objective of the request for proposals the RHC is currently reviewing.
So they'll be able to fund more projects?
Yes, and in fact, it was a significant, you can probably speak better than I do, Commissioner Mejia, because it was a significant increase on award capacity this year than it was last year because of some of the additional revenue and carryover.
Okay.
Yeah, there was, and, you know, just going through the projects, there was additional amount of requests this year.
As
too.
well.
I think it equaled out, and it was a good thing.
Okay.
Right.
And I believe the recommendations for awards are coming to the RHC at the next meeting.
That's correct.
And the RHC will make formal recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners to consider approval.
Okay. So those recommendations are assuming that the board will approve these items?
Yes, the additional expenditures, yes.
Okay. Line 42, also more revenue than anticipated this time from a sales tax.
Robin, I'm sorry, can I ask a question
Yes,
about
please.
something you just mentioned? So the board has to approve this budget first before they approve the RHC RFP recommendations.
That is my impression.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
But the
Yeah.
timing may be aligning
Okay.
correctly, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Right. If we had not had such significant number of requests and a need to change the CIP, this amendment would have already been adopted. So the timing on a few things is getting complicated. So the last line on policy is, again, the increase for affordable and supportive housing from the state shared tax, which is, again, more revenue than we had anticipated. So that's policy.
What's the revenue? I don't quite understand the expenditure change on this item 42. Where's that number coming from? Doesn't match up.
It looks like part of the revenue, let's see, what did they say? The revenue does not equal expenses. It's anticipated.
Oh, I get it. That's how much they think they're gonna spend in 2021, and then they push forward the remainder into 2022.
In 22, yep.
Okay, I gotcha.
Okay.
And that is the tremendous increase in sales tax they all of us have received. And since this is related to the 1406,
It helps us.
yeah, it helped us, yeah.
All right, next up, we're going to the requests for the reinstatement of prior budget cuts. These were the budget reductions that the board had made in 2020. Share my screen. Here we go. So the first item on this list is from the prosecuting attorney. The prosecuting attorney is requesting the restoration of the 2% reduction, and that was just under 257,000. And they would like to do that so that they can fill vacant prosecutor positions to address the backlog.
So Robin, can I make a statement on this?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So related to the restatement of the prior cuts of 2%, this is some of the offices in department who went ahead and requested this for you. No other office in department was tracking that it was an option. Just so what you see is just a portion of the 2% the board took an action last year in reducing. So we're going to go through some specific line items as Robin has stated, but when the decisions don't come, I'd like you to think in terms of the fairness to other offices and departments, restating the 2% cuts. Because that really has to be part of the conversation. Although they submit it as a request, but other offices, they were not given that opportunity. No other departments were given that opportunity to request the same. So just.
I just also would just point out that with respect to the prosecutor and public defense, those requests can be seen through a different lens of the emergency of both the pandemic and the Blake case versus being seen as a restoration of the 2% cut. I'm not interested, I'll just show my hand, I'm not interested in granting these requests based on the fact that we'd be restoring the 2% cut. I am interested in looking at the backlog of 1,000 cases plus the Blake impacts and what the needs are to meet what's an unanticipated emergency in those two offices.
Yeah. And later on, we have strategies for you to consider the backlog and the Blake impact outside of the 2%.
Okay, great. Because I didn't want these requests to be prejudiced by their label as being the restoration of the 2%.
Right, because I think
I don't think there's a way to fairly do that.
But also you know what we're trying to give, staff wants to give tools to the board and be mindful of addressing the needs, the backlog, as well as the Blake decision, but also be mindful in applying fairness on the overall process. So we are preparing to give you some strategies to address both later outside of this 2% request.
Great.
Chair Edwards here.
Yep.
I guess I want to remain consistent. I voted against the 2% cut, to start with. So I guess I'll probably maintain that same philosophy as we move forward. Just so, because you and I are probably not on the same sheet of music on that. Just letting you know.
So we'll look at the 5 specific requests that came in, but I'm going to ask Denise if she would please look up what the total amount of the 2% cut in the general fund was for all offices and departments. Okay, so the prosecutor has requested restoration. The sheriff restoration for the law enforcement for 2 deputies, and it was the way they chose to take the 2% cut was to leave positions vacant.
Just remember, as part of the 2%, you did not eliminate any positions.
No positions were eliminated in the sheriff's office.
We just didn't fund, that's all.
You reduced his budget and he chose where to take the cut.
Yeah.
I guess he could have taken tires off the police cars, but I think he chose not to fill the position.
That's funded in ER&R.
There were several
So
added positions at the same
Right.
time.
Yeah.
Budget Amendment 4. And the budget, there was, just to point that out.
So line number 2, the sheriff is requesting $208,000, rounding up. Line number 3 is in corrections. The sheriff is asking you to restore the 2% cut of $191,000, rounded up. Line number 4 is from public defense. They are asking for the reinstatement of a position that was cut in 2020, would be $104,000. And line number 5 is emergency services. Increased operating costs. They are asking for $259,000, and I'm pausing here. Just because I don't remember reducing their budget by that significant amount in Medic 1, but Denise has some information on that.
This is a change request that originally was, the verbiage was all about reinstating cuts, and I agree that there were reductions not made during the 2020, that there were some reductions that they made in 2021 because of fund balance, where they had to right-size things. But so this is one that, you know, it originally, when we first printed this, it was in reinstatement of prior cuts because that was the verbiage. So emergency services worked on this, and it might better fit into policy at this point
really
in
should
time.
be considered as one of the policy items. Thank you. So really 4 items for budget restoration and 1 additional policy item. And then I'm going to turn to you, Denise. If the board were to restore these 4 items for budget restoration, come to about $760,000. If the board were to restore the entire 2% budget reduction, how much would that be?
It would be $1,095,000.
Thank you.
So I don't understand. So are we going to talk about this Medic 1 item 40 number 5? Because it's policy. I don't understand it yet.
Sure. So we're going to call it a policy item instead of a restoration. And again, once Denise said what had happened, I remembered when emergency services was preparing their budget, there was insufficient fund balance to pay for all of the things that they wanted in their budget. So they reduced the budget to fit within their means. They are now requesting in this policy decision that you increase their budget authority by $257,000, $259,000, rounding up. And they would use this money for advanced life support and basic life support programs, such as covering increased costs for PPE, the increasing demand to purchase medications, increase in fuel costs, and they list a number of things here: training, restoring high school CPR reimbursements,
Robin,
just a broad things. Yes, Commissioner.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but
No,
could this
please.
be covered under COVID with COVID funds?
It's possible that some of it could be covered under COVID. But this does not appear to be one-time costs.
How does this connect with the ballot measure passing?
That is a very good question for Kurt.
That's a good question because we know that we have an issue with the ending fund balance of medical, and that's the reason as to why the board authorized to go to the voters to support additional funding. And in this case, if it's an ongoing, so it really begs the question whether the board can be put in a very difficult situation approving this additional expenditure without knowing the results of a ballot measure. So, and that is an excellent question.
Yeah.
I'm just concerned that some of these are things, as Robin said, that I don't recall exactly what all we reviewed last fall, but we're definitely clear that we didn't want to fund in a budget amendment things that were just not approved from the budget process if they didn't fit into one of our identified parameters.
Right. So
Number
we
three.
can certainly talk to Kurt and see how much of this is tied to COVID and how much is just ongoing, regular.
I think if I had to take a guess at that, they're thinking that they'll have expenditure authority should the issue pass on the ballot.
But they would not start to collect the increased money until next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it'd be for next year, wouldn't it?
No, this year.
They're asking for
Okay.
this year.
Okay, good enough.
Yeah. Yeah, hence the questions. All right. Anything else on these? So one more item to look at, and then it will be a good time to break for lunch. You received a new worksheet this morning or yesterday, yep, on the Blake decision. And as Romero said, staff worked with the offices and departments that will be impacted by Blake so that we could present you with a kind of a package deal. Here's what we think Blake's going to cost this year and the next 2 years, is what many of these offices are saying. It's going to take a while to work through Blake. So from the clerk is saying that they need 2 judicial proceeding specialists and a support specialist and a judicial accounting specialist. So that looks like 4 FTEs. $215,000 this year. That is to hire as of July 1st. So basically you can double the cost in future years, roughly. And then line 2 is the IT tech costs that go with these FTEs. Line 3 is from Superior Court. They are requesting capacity for pro tem and also interpreter costs. $66,000 for the second half of this year, and then ongoing costs are roughly double and line 4 is the tech cost associated. Line 5 is the estimated cost from district court, and you will remember that the bill that the governor is expected to sign at any time is reduces certain possession charges to a misdemeanor, and that will impact a district court and their probation counselors. So they are asking for 1, 3, 5. It looks like 5 or 6 FTEs. And again, the costs begin in July this year, double next year, about $60,000. And line 6 is the tech cost.
Wait, how does 5 FTEs make $60,000?
I'm looking at the type of FTEs, and I'm curious if they are all full-time FTEs. Oh no, that's the current staffing levels. So Denise or Patty, do you know how many FTEs they're actually asking for? Is that in Questica by any chance?
Oh, it finally came up.
Okay.
One, I think.
Right.
Probation
So they're
counselor
asking
too.
for one position, an adult probation counselor. This is one case where there's one difference between this request versus all the others where it is requesting a permanent position versus temporary or time limited.
Okay. So clerk and superior court requests were time limited?
Yes, because this is to work our way through a backlog of cases that will eventually be finished. So these are, and you'll see it when we look at the forecast, we are proposing these costs would continue through 2023. And that these positions that are established would have end dates. The district court one is interesting that they are requesting an ongoing position because the bill that is before the governor creates misdemeanors, I think only for 1 or 2 years, and then that sunsets and there is no charges in place. So I'm curious why district court would need ongoing FTEs, but that's what they have asked for.
They may be anticipating that, I mean, the sunset is not necessarily, as I understood it, and I actually talked to Senator Hunt about this, the sunset is in there to sort of force the legislature to reassess and readdress. It's not necessarily expected that it's just gonna go away and not be anything. It's to make the legislature come back to the table and figure out where they want to go from there. So there may be a guesstimation on district court's part that there will still be a criminal aspect to drug possession in some form or fashion. I don't know.
That could be, but if the board should choose to put an end date on this position and the legislature acts, then we could adjust appropriately when we know what they've done. Moving on to district court, line 7 is also from district court. This is 11,000 for the pro tem judge that would be necessary. Again, doubled in a future year. Line 8 is from the prosecuting attorney's office. And that's 1, 2, 3.
Robin,
Yes, sir.
while you're adding that up, now they're on that district court on line 7. They're asking for money to address the backlog, and that was created by the COVID situation, wasn't it?
Well, it's two
No,
backlogs.
this is
This is for,
specifically due to Blake.
yeah, Blake.
This is strictly for Blake,
Blake.
and they're making an estimation in district court that it's gonna make that many cases.
It will affect district court as well, yes.
Okay, okay.
Because that's a good point, Commissioner, because the Blake decision created a backlog that we need to address.
Yeah, I just didn't know they had that much of a accurate number on it yet.
So we're doing our best to guess what the impact will be because we know they need funding and we're trying to provide the board early information on what the impact will be and will be telling the state that they have underfunded. Severely underfunded,
Okay.
yeah.
So Robin, when you talk about prosecuting attorney, is this subsuming the request that was listed out under reinstatement of prior cuts?
This would, yes.
Okay.
This, funding this and also funding, and as Romero said, I have a strategy to propose to you, but funding Blake and some money for the backlog would address what the prosecutor and I think public defense were both asking for in the reinstatements.
Yeah, it's not quite matching. I mean, the prosecutor has got 288 versus 256, and then I'm getting ahead of myself, but then the public defense has 238 versus 104, which is like
Right.
more than double. So I'm not sure what else they're including in these requests versus what was listed on the prior cuts sheet.
So I think that they were speculating at the time they put in the amendment requests that if you give us back the 2%, then we'll be able to have something to work with. But when we asked, what do you need for Blake?
Yeah.
I think that they got, we were a little farther down the road.
Mm-hmm.
These would be, I think, more realistic estimates of what they need to address this.
Okay. Go ahead, let's do it prosecutor then.
Okay, prosecutor, it looks like 3 FTEs, four FTEs. That again would continue into the future years.
So that's $570,000 over a full year.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then line 9 is the technology that goes with those FTEs. Line 10 is the request from public defense for 2, 3, it looks like 3 FTEs in public defense. So the grand total for the general fund, because these are all general fund offices and departments in 2021 is just under $900,000. 880,000.
Robin,
Yes.
I'm sorry again to interrupt, but
No.
on public defense on number 10, it's saying the positions and also the increase on the department professionals legal service budget through the end of the Thurston County. So did they combine both of them? Are they requesting the positions and also an increase?
Yes.
Okay. So they just basically combined the 2% and what they need for Blake.
No. I'm sorry, I misspoke. This isn't the 2% plus this. It would be this instead of the 2%.
Okay.
Although the 2% though is a restoration of a permanent position, and these are a multitude of time-limited positions. Right.
True.
The confusing thing is each office dealt with the 2% themselves, their own way. In public defense's case, they lost a position. That was their, so to them, those are interchangeable concepts. they lost that felony senior position. That's how they cut 2%. Sounds like the sheriff did something similar. Of course, from our perspective, we didn't cut any positions. We just reduced authority 2% and let them decide how they wanted to make those cuts. But I guess I'm just trying to connect the dots here. If we granted 100%, for example, of this Blake package, public defense has its needs met until 2023, and then I guess they can decide, they can come back and ask.
Exactly, and they can come
We
back.
still need
and
that person
restore
for
that
these
position
reasons.
on your 22, 23 conversation. Exactly the point.
Right, and at that point, it's not a give me back the money that you took away in 2020. It's here's what we need to operate.
Yeah, because the point of this exercise that we went through is to make sure that you have a clear understanding, or at least at this point, as to what the impact of the Blake decision is. And I know on the 2% request, they added that as a justification. So it gives you the tools to look at those two elements separately.
I have another question. What's the time limit on this? Is it until a specific time? Are we even framing that, or what is?
On Blake,
I think
On the Blake decision.
we are recommending, based on the information that we receive from these offices, that you fund Blake through 2023. And you'll see that when we go over the forecast.
Right.
Perfect.
And so you said 800 and some, and that's for this year, and then
double that.
1.6 or whatever for next year.
Right.
And we have that on the forecast for you to look at.
But we also have, I know you're going to go into this because you said it at the beginning, but $79 million was allocated by the legislature for Blake, and that includes public defense and a lot clerks' expenses and a lot of other things. So we need to figure out or guesstimate or think how we're going to access that money.
That's right. That's exactly right. We have no information yet from the state on how much the county will actually receive. So, Romero, is the lunch here?
Yes.
This will be a good place to pause, have some lunch, and then when we come back, we'll start to look at the forecast and make the decisions.
How long? 15 minutes, Commissioner?
15 minutes, okay. Yeah. All right. 125. I took off my mic. 1:33 p.m. We're back with the Thurston County Board of County Commissioners work session, working on Budget Amendment 1. And we left off, I'm not sure exactly where we left off. I'll turn it back to Robin.
I wonder, Commissioner Edwards, are you joining us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Everybody's back.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, so we had just wrapped up looking at all of the requests in the amendment. We're now going to move on to looking at a few additional documents that I've provided for commissioners this morning. And I'm gonna share my screen again. And the first one that we'll look at is the 2020 General Fund Financial Status Report. So what you have here is, this is where we closed 2020. And I'm not going to spend any time on the revenue. Suffice it to say that our revenue was stronger than we had anticipated in the budget. But I want to focus on the expenditure side. This is something for you to have handy. And if you look at page 2, it is the budget and expenditures for every office and department funded from the general fund. And as you see, every office reverted some amount of money, some not very much. The assessor's office reverted about 1.5%, or about $70,000. Some were even closer. The coroner's office, 431,000. As you know, we assisted that office to be able to close in the black. Some offices or departments had a substantial amount of reversion. So if you look at emergency services, this is not Medic 1, it's the emergency management side of the house. They reverted over $500,000, which was almost 25% of their appropriation. Non-departmental reverted $3.3 million, or 18.5% of their appropriation. And in non-departmental, the reversion was by design. And you will recall that part of our strategy around the coronavirus relief funds last year was to claim eligible public safety costs and put that revenue in the bank, so that it would be available to the board in future years. So that's why non-departmental had the significant reversion at the end of last year. You see other offices and departments. Planning had a substantial reversion of almost 329,000. The prosecutor's office reverted 382,000. Public defense, 398,000. The sheriff, law enforcement reverted about 578,000, and corrections over $1 million. Superior Court, 592,000. In some of these cases, it was due to the COVID funding and the lack of activity, but the main cost in all of these offices and departments is personnel. And we paid our personnel in full all year long and got very little COVID money to replace those personnel costs. So not a lot of these large reversions were due to COVID. But this is something for you to have handy. We could pull up the budget amendments that added funding to certain offices and departments. That is part of what contributed to this level of reversion. 7.5%. Our usual reversion is around 3%. This was extraordinarily high. And again, part of it was by design, but part of it was not. Any questions about that?
I guess trying to fit what I'm seeing in this chart into the 2% cut that we made and people's reaction to it. Just trying to connect those dots in my head.
Yeah.
Do you have any comment about that, Robin? Do you understand why I'm kind of confused? Like some departments, I mean, if public defense reverted 6%, but the 2% caused them to have this catastrophic loss of their critical felony. I'm just picking on them as one example, because they have a very simple model of how they're structured. Like why weren't they able to manage that 2% and keep that critical position if they could see that they were going to be reverting 6%?
That is an excellent question for Patrick.
But the same question applies to all the offices have requested restoring the 2%.
Right, yeah.
I mean, it's exactly the same question that applies.
Right, and again, some of this was COVID funding. In corrections in particular, we were able to cover quite a bit of costs that would have been incurred anyway, but not $1 million worth.
Yeah, I didn't want to touch the sheriff because I know that they're more complicated situations. So I was picking on public defense just because I know it's pretty simple. I don't think they got COVID money in any form. They got hit with a 2% cut. I know exactly what they did to solve that, which was they eliminated a key senior position, and then they revert back 5.74. So
right. I would say that let's give a little credit to our appointed and elected officials. When we went into 2020 and the pandemic hit, I would say every office and department made a real effort to be conservative in their spending. And we're looking for ways to save because we really did all think that the economy was going to tank. And it didn't do so in a way that we thought. But these are reversions after you take the 2% into consideration. In public defense in particular, it's possible that with the lack of cases coming in, they did not have to spend as much on panel attorneys. They probably didn't pay for the investigator. There are some external costs that perhaps didn't get paid for that would account for a chunk of this. But it's a substantial reversion.
The clerk stands out, but I know the clerk's has had trouble filling positions, and maybe it's reversion she didn't want to have if she could have gotten her positions filled.
Right. But this is something to have handy as we think about, can an office or department absorb some of the things that they're asking for? The next thing I want to look at is the summary document that I've given you. It's the one that looks like this. There's two parts on this page. The top page is quite simply a summary of all of the requests that you've looked at. So the technical changes, you've got general fund revenue and the expenditure request, and you've got the other funds. So all this page does is roll them up so you can see the total impact. In the general fund, total impact in revenue, 35,555,000. Expenditures, 34,438,000. The bulk of that is in grant money. And the grant money is, of course, restricted. On other funds, total revenue of 105 million. $105,783,000. These dollars are in thousands. And expenditure authority requested of 94,041,000. Again, the bulk of that in grants. And if you think back to the day we went through the grants, you will recall that the vast majority of that money is in COVID response.
Robin, you said requested. Is that requested or expended?
The expenditure is the request for expenditure authority. The board has not approved this yet.
Okay.
Robin, isn't this very dangerous chart to be sort of relying on, because it doesn't separate out the revenue that is one time versus the expenditure requests that are ongoing? And those may not match up. I mean, it looks like right now, it looks like, oh, it matches up great. We're good to go. Revenues are coming in and the expenditure requests match, but
it somewhat does split it out, Commissioner. If you look at the list of things, technical changes are ongoing. Fund balance adjustments are one time. The carry forward are one time, all in other funds. Maintenance level, that's a adjustment due to revenue. It's insignificant. The grant money can be considered pretty much one time, or if not one time, over just a few years. Capital policy is all one time for very specific projects in other funds. Operating policy is ongoing for the most part. Very few of those items are one time. Reinstatement of the budget cuts would all be ongoing and no revenue to go with that. And then the Blake decision will talk about the potential revenue from the state, but that is, as we've talked about, is a 2.5-year commitment. So if you look item by item, if you only look at the bottom line, you're absolutely right. It looks like you could just say yes and we'd be done. But when you break it down, that's not the case. The second half of this page is regarding the American Rescue Plan, and this breaks down the grant money that we're going to receive from U.S. Treasury in 7 days. It will be in our bank account. Romero and I completed the application yesterday, and I just wanted to put this in front of you so you have the information of what we have been talking about on how to use this money. And Romero, I think you'd like to talk about this piece.
Yeah, and this is the proposal that I provided to the board, initial proposal. In a week or two, we'll come back for the board to make some decisions. Not on all of it, but at least what I call is the sideboards, the brackets. One is for you to consider making decisions on the economic recovery. My revised proposal will be $11 million, which includes $9 million to Thurston Strong and $2 million to United Way. And then making a commitment on the eligible expenses, the last item, which is 6.2 in 2021 and 10 in 2022, because that was part of the financial strategy to accommodate the move related to the 3,000 building, as you may recall. So what I call in the middle, the housing, broadband, water utilities, county response, I will not ask you to make firm decisions on that because I believe that is something you may consider as to how you want to be flexible down the road. But that will be how I'm planning to bring that back to you in a couple of weeks. And Robin and I will be working on a couple of requests. Commissioner Edwards requested how much, all the grants, how much money are we receiving? And also I'm prepared also to give you a perspective as to what other potential revenues we can get through the American Rescue Plan through other means. So.
I have a question. For the $11 million for economic recovery, you said $9 million for Thurston Strong, $2 million for United Way. Is that for processing, or what is that?
So as you may remember, the Thurston Strong provided a proposal. Out of the $9 million, $3 million will be dedicated to support minority-owned and enterprise businesses. $2 million will be to continue to support farming-related businesses. And the remainder will be a combination of continue to issue grants to businesses as well as training for the workforce. United Way proposal includes continue to support nonprofits. And I have additional information related to that.
Okay.
All right. So this is the breakdown, but these are the numbers that you'll see when we transition to the forecast. So here's the last document that you received this morning, and we're going to go through this, and then I'm going to ask you to start to make some decisions. So here we are. We closed 2020. The total revenue and the total expenditures will align to the page we just looked at on the fiscal status report with an ending fund balance in the general fund, and this is focused only on the general fund at this time, $29,246,000.
Robin, hold on. Commissioner Edwards, are you tracking on this report?
Yes, I've got it on my screen.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Great. So here we come into 2021. Here's the fund balance that we're starting with. And this is very similar to what we looked at when you were considering the atrium with a little additional information now, and I'm going to point out where the changes are. Here's the property tax that we anticipate receiving, and property tax growth in future years is at 3% per year, which is about what we average in any prior year. Sales tax, I had been assuming 5% growth in every year. I have bumped that up in 2021 to 10% growth because, as we saw in the last meeting, sales tax is coming in just crazy high. And to date, we're up by 20%. I don't think it's reasonable to assume 20% growth this year for the whole year. But I did hear that yesterday on the WASAC meeting that I attended, that every county, with the possible exception of King County, maybe Pierce County, but all the rest of the Washington State counties are significantly seeing growth in sales tax. And we're no exception. So I assume 10% growth in 21, but then back down to a 5% growth rate in future years. And if it comes in better than that, that will be capacity that you can use when you develop the biennial budget. All other spending remains fairly flat. This is the amount of all other revenue in the current. We assume that it will come in. Then here's the 28.2 million that we're about to receive this year in American Rescue Plan funding, the recovery funds. I've added, now going down this column, well, before I get to the budget amendment, I'll just wrap up this top section for revenue. In 2022, you see the second tranche of the recovery funding and the new 28 million. And then I have assumed that the board will continue with the strategy of reducing the road fund, levy shift, and the diversion, and I have reduced it at $500,000 a year until in 2030 you reduce the last 250,000 and we're completely out of that business. So an ongoing reduction over the next 10 years. Then we come to the amendment pieces. Here's the revenue from the technical and maintenance changes. 905,000 in grants. That is grant revenue in addition to the recovery plan. So if you added those two together, you'd get the 29,105,000 that's on your summary sheet. Then here's the 14,000 in revenue that we're assuming from the operating policy items for total forecasted revenue. And this is interesting to me as a numbers person, that it just came out as a round number, $135 million flat. That's very interesting. Moving on to the expenditures, here's your current appropriation, 111,330,000. I've assumed a 3% reversion because we're never going to see 7% again unless we do something very strange. The money for the recovery fund, so we're bringing in 28 million, but as Romero just talked about, the earmarks of 22 million is the economic recovery, housing, broadband, water and sewer, 2 million for the county response. And then the other money, the capacity money, is built in over time for the increased rent at the atrium. That's how we put the plan together to afford to move to the atrium. That's this 1.6 on average per year for rent. The second tranche payment is the 10 million, 5 million, 3.2 million. That is yet to be determined on how the board would like to spend the second tranche. But again, that leaves 10 million in capacity that contributes to the affordability of the atrium.
Robin, could I ask you a question on that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pettit submitted a letter this morning, something about the square footage increase that the individual offices and such will have to increase. Have we got something figured out there as well, or did you have a chance to look at that?
I have not seen his letter that came in this morning, Commissioner. I'll have to get back to you on that when I've looked at it.
Okay, it just made sense about the additional square footage that's going to be billed out to other groups now. So that's all. Okay, good enough. Thank you.
Covers.
Okay.
Well, I didn't hear what the county manager said. Go ahead.
Excuse me, what?
I didn't hear what you said, or maybe you.
I didn't say anything. I was just clearing my throat.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Sorry about that. Okay, good enough. Thank you.
Okay. The next line on the forecast is the establishment of the rainy day fund. That is part of the policy items, but we've been assuming this all along, so it's displayed on a separate line. In the future, I've assumed 2% for salary increases because labor is our number one cost driver, and 5% for medical inflation. That's the average of what we've experienced in past years. So that is factored in. And earlier today, we received information that the inflation is over 3%, I think.
Yeah, it was over 3%.
Yeah, which means that according to many of our union contracts, the cost of living increase for at least those covered employees will be 2.5%, not just 2%. So this number will actually be a little bit higher than what's displayed here.
Yeah, the CPI was 3.4%.
Thank you. That's right. Okay, so that brings us to the money that is now added in 21 if the board were to approve all of the requests. 625,000 for technical and maintenance items, 757,000 for grants, in addition to the recovery fund money. 1,218,000 in policy requests. That is in addition to the rainy day fund. Here's the 760,000 for reinstatement of the 2020 budget cuts. And then you have the Blake decision of 879,000 this year. And then you'll see that I doubled it, adjusting for tech money. I took that out. But it basically goes into 2023. Now, if this forecast played out just as it's displayed, and I emphasize that because a forecast is a point in time estimate.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So on here for operating policy, you have 1,218,000. But on the other form, you'll have 3 million.
So rainy day fund plus.
Rainy day fund plus.
I had the same question.
Rainy day fund.
Okay.
So the 3.2 includes the 2 million, and then on this sheet it's broken out. Into 2 and
okay.
1.2.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. So if this played out just as is, and it won't, but if it did, because it's a forecast, then you see that starting in 2024, you start to drop below your 2-month fund balance. And by 2030, we are significantly below. We don't even meet cash flow needs, which you have set at $12 billion. You start to drop below that in 2026. So that's if it played out just like this. We know we're going to get some revenue from Blake. So I'm going to start adjusting these numbers now. Let's say, for the purpose of this conversation, that we receive half of the Blake expenditures. We don't know how much it's going to be. There's a chance we could get 100% reimbursed, but everybody says that the state severely underfunded the Blake decision. So for now, let's assume half. And add that to the revenue in all 3 years. That puts us in a little better position, but not great. If you were to say no to the budget cuts, read statement of the cuts, that puts you in a better position, still not at a 2-month reserve, which is your new fiscal policy. If you said no to the policy choices, that gives you a little bit of room to work. So one of the things that you can consider as you start to make decisions is, and what I'm going to ask you to do is to approve the technical changes. The fund balance adjustments are a given, and that's already built into this worksheet. The carry forward in operating that's in other funds, the maintenance level item, and the grants, and the capital policy items. And then we'll start to work one by one through the policy level items. That would fit. And when we said that we have a proposal for the backlog, I'm just going to mention that now. I think that for the court backlog that's not Blake, but specifically caused by COVID, that we can cover that with part of the $2 million that's earmarked for COVID money. So as we start to go through now the policy items, just this is the scenario that I would recommend you have in mind.
I have a question.
Yep.
Does this include what we get from the state for Superior Court?
Court impact fees?
Yeah, the impact
fee?
fees.
That assumes
Oh yeah, that's included in the revenue. That's in the all other revenue right here.
So, Robin, the court impacts that result from COVID, not Blake, are you saying that because what I understood, the chart we went over, is that Blake only, not, that's completely separate from the court backlog, or is that a combined need? Like if the prosecutor is saying I need 5 FTEs, that's to deal with Blake and the court backlog, or just Blake?
Just Blake.
That should be just Blake. The COVID related backlog should be in addition to that.
So if Blake got funded by us or by the state or whoever, and then these different court-related offices would be getting potentially more FTE. Like, let's just take the clerk. The clerk says my Blake needs are 4 FTEs. But the clerk's also saying, and I know the clerk's also got FTEs that she wants connected to the new judge, but forget about that for a minute. You're saying she wants more FTEs because of the COVID court backlog, in addition to the Blake backlog, in addition to the 9th judge?
Yes.
Yeah.
That is what counties across the state and the nation, across the state, both Blake and COVID backlog.
And we can't, I mean, I guess it's a little hard for me to keep those buckets separate. You know, I mean, to me, they're kind of just piling into each other. And it's easier for me to think of it as, but I guess we need to think of it separately because you're saying they're going to be kind of funded separately.
That's exactly correct.
Okay.
They need to be funded separately. We need to track them separately. And we have expressed that to all of the law and justice offices, that they need to track those costs separately.
And when you say, are you talking about what's on, I'm going to call it Romero's part of this sheet, where it says county response, $2 million?
Yeah.
That's the chunk of money that you're saying will cover our court-related, our
Backlog.
COVID-related needs?
Backlog, yeah. That's where you can
And
access.
how much of it will be chowed up by that, do you think?
That's a really good question. I think that we can commit to cover the backlog. I don't think it's going to be $2 million, but I also think that we will have opportunities through the state. I believe that the state is receiving some money and has earmarked some money specifically for the courts to address this backlog. I think that there will be other revenue available for that purpose. But if there's not, I think that we need to use at least some, if not a good chunk of this $2 million. That is our major need right now, aside from health.
But also, if you can look at the next item to be determined in 2022, that's the $18 million that you have not discussed that yet.
I see.
Right.
I guess I'm worried about, you just said it at the tail end of your statement, Robin. You said it besides health. I'm just wondering, is this the totality of money that we have to manage public health, continued response? I mean, it's not just about the courts and the COVID backlog. We've got a lot of needs there.
Well, public health is having additional sources of revenue.
Right.
To address that, separate from
Okay.
this.
I'm just want to confirm that for all three of our understandings. Go ahead, Commissioner Edwards.
Yes. What I was wondering about was, I see my seatmates were looking at something on the screen, and I've been looking at something at the screen. Is that not printed material?
She was changing the numbers. Like, she was tweaking the numbers so that we had to see how the numbers shifted once she did the tweaks.
But we do have that in.
Yeah, it was
we'll
an
have that
interactive.
printed material, right?
We have the basic setup, kind of the worst case scenario, and then she was tweaking things. How could we make things better? And I wanted to see those numbers.
Thank you.
Interactive.
Good.
My eyes aren't that good.
Now
Mine aren't either.
you're no longer sharing the screen, though. Is that right, Robin?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Good enough.
All right. So if you take that as a basic premise, then before we dive into the decisions, I would just bring up one other thing. And that is oh, no, not that. Let's see if I can get this to work now. And this is just a reminder, as Romero had mentioned earlier, these were the budget instructions that were sent out. And as we look at these things, I want to remind you of the "it's all good" budget syndrome. Because I want to recognize that every single request represents a need of an office or department that would enable them to respond better to our community. All of these asks are for good and important things. And that, if I get to something and I recommend to you to not fund it, it's not that I don't think that it's something important or valid. It's that I think that when you fall into this syndrome, it creates an unfair playing field. And as we talked about, this process was not an open process, and other offices and departments will tell you that they didn't know they could ask for all these kinds of things. So you're not seeing everything all of the county's needs. That does not give you, as the decision makers, an opportunity to weigh these things against other things that may or may not be more important. And the people, the people who have played by the rules lose, and it causes a lot of issues. So just keeping in front of you slide 11, these are the basic principles that you all have agreed to, that you will include emergencies, legislative changes, fixes to the original budget, the technical corrections, grants that exceed expenditures, and carry forward projects. And these are the basic things that should be included in a budget amendment. So just, keeping top of mind as we now launch into the decision part of this conversation. So with that, I'm going to bring back up the summary page. And I can't see you because I'm sharing my screen, but I'm going to ask you to do thumbs up or thumbs down to some high-level buckets. So as we begin, unless there's an item in here that you reviewed that you would like to discuss, I'm going to ask the board to approve in total the technical changes.
So the question before the board is the recommendations for you to approve the technical changes.
I just need to double check my notes that I didn't have any.
Without going item, because those are a lot of line items, technical changes.
Technical and transfers.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, thumb.
Commissioner Edwards, Commissioner Menser up, Commissioner Mejia up, Commissioner Edwards.
Okay, I have a question on this as we move forward. Is there anything in here that would be detrimental to the law and justice component in total? Public defense, prosecutor, sheriff, jail, the whole thing, clerk?
In the technical and transfer amendments?
Yeah, and what you're asking us to approve at this point.
I don't think so. These, in fact, the bulk of the technical amendments is a credit card rebate that will increase most of the offices and departments. Copiers, correcting for personnel errors in the budget. There would be nothing detrimental in the technical.
And it looks here like it's a reinstatement of the budget cuts. Is that correct?
No, it is not.
No.
Well, why does that say that? Reinstate budget cuts.
I think you're what attachment are you looking at, Commissioner?
I'm looking at the one that Robin's got up on the screen.
Oh, she was just concentrating on the first line item, the technical changes?
Just this.
Okay, so what you're talking about right now is the first item.
Yes, sir.
That's right.
You got it. thumbs up. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You had me nervous.
No,
You had me nervous, Commissioner.
Okay.
Wasn't sure what I was missing there. Um, okay, let's try for two. The fund balance adjustments, which is totally technical. Please approve these.
And we're having things like, I don't know, didn't we do like $6 million or something yesterday on just one of those adjustments for technical, didn't we? Is that right? Was it yesterday?
No,
No.
we weren't looking at the technical changes yesterday.
Well, we approved in our commissioners meeting. There was an item on there for $6 million in computer licensing and changes.
oh, that was the ERP?
The ERP.
Yeah.
No,
You're
that's
correct.
different.
Okay.
That is,
Okay.
yeah, that's not related to what we're
That's
doing.
not this portion. Good enough.
This is approving the additional ND fund balance on the general fund of 6.4 million.
Yeah. Okay. Got
This is what brings us up to 29.
Okay.
So,
I'm good.
okay. All right.
So just to make sure that I record this, Commissioner Edwards up, Commissioner Mensah up, and Commissioner Mejia up.
All right. The next item, again, unless there's anything in the list that you would want to discuss, is the operating carry forward. Again, these are all items that the board approved in 2020. They were begun, but for whatever reason, not finished in 2020. It's all in other funds. All of the funds have fund balance available to cover these costs. $3.3 million.
I know this might be out of line item, but the coroner had a request in. Where is that going to fall?
It's
Gonna
coming up.
be policy. That's the one that will go item by item. I won't
Oh,
ask
okay.
you to do a
Okay.
up or down on the whole thing.
Okay. Thank you.
So operating carry forward. Commissioner Mensah up, Commissioner Mejia up, Commissioner Edwards.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Then the maintenance item, and the only item on this list, because we separated out the fund balance. So there is one item here, which is an adjustment for the reduction in the Tumwater Legal Services contract. The revenue and the expenditure are going down exactly the same.
That's for district court.
That is for
It was
the public defense.
public defense.
Okay.
Prosecutor's office.
Oh,
Okay.
So do I see a thumbs up on maintenance level? Commissioner Mensah up, Commissioner Mejia up, Commissioner.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Next is grants, and I know that the dollar amount is huge, mostly COVID funding, but all of the expenditures are covered by the revenue that's coming from the various entities.
I had a note, Robin, on item 30, that there was a missing number that was going to be forthcoming regarding public health quarantine.
Oh yeah, that was where emergency management said that the money was going to flow through them and it would go to public health. That has all been resolved, and the revenue will actually come directly to public health. And I think that the $2 million in revenue has been added.
Okay, great, thank you.
So do I see a thumbs up on the grants? Commissioner Mensah up, Commissioner Mejia up, Commissioner Edwards?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Great. The last one that I'll be asking for you to approve in total is the capital policy. These are all items where I believe that the project has been started, but for various reasons, the cost has increased. So Central Services and Public Works have come forward and asked for additional money for these projects. And the money, in some cases, there is revenue to cover that. In other cases, it will come from fund balance.
No impacts to the general fund.
Correct.
The thumbs up, Commissioner Mensah. Thumbs up, Commissioner Mejia. Commissioner Edwards.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, so now we're going to move to the policy where we're gonna go line by line. So I need to bring up that other worksheet.
At this point, I will ask the board to have slide number 11 in front of you.
Okay, I got my notes on it, so how about that? See, it's, you know, big, it's in a nice box there.
There you go.
Okay, have it up. I'm putting it on the screen. And now we're going to go line by line. And if anything here has changed from this original document, Denise will keep us on track. All right, starting with item 1 for the assessor. The assessor is asking for additional funding for software for his existing employees.
Would this fit under fixes to the original budget or technical corrections?
I don't think so.
Not really. In my opinion, the assessor could absorb this cost this year and come in for a request in the 2022 budget cycle.
And this is 6,600, is that it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So is there a, I remember discussing this whenever it was, a month ago. I don't remember the nuance of the discussion. Is this the kind of thing that, I mean, do typically employees, the cost built into employees include things like this? And it was, should have been requested, but it was forgotten versus this is more of a discretionary decision to include this type of a cost? I mean, I know we had the discussion about, you know, when we have a new sheriff deputy, for example, we have, there's
Cars and
an
guns.
iPad, there's a car, there's a vest, there's these accoutrements that go along with the position. Is this fall into that category, or is this a more unusual request than that?
I believe that it does fall into the, you know, if you're getting a new employee, you should be asking for all of the things that go with it.
Okay, so it was an oversight essentially from last year. I don't know where, Commissioner Edwards, where are you at on this?
Well, here's where I'm at. We got a little more reversion uh, from the assessor, and I think it had a lot to do with him tightening up initially. So I'm kind of inclined to go along with this. I know Robin thinks that he's going to have the money in the end, but I think it was an exceptional year for revision, wasn't it?
It was an extremely high year for reversion.
Yeah. So go ahead and ask the question, Commissioner Mejia.
So I asked Ramiro a question back because I was under the impression that there was a budget mistake where the assessor got his 2% reimbursed. It was a mistake, but.
That's true.
So it was an oversight that he ended up having the 2% reinstated, yes.
Okay.
I guess this is what I'm hinging on this, is that if this is a discretionary decision, then it's a decision that probably should be made in the fall. If this is like if this is the kind of thing that we're going to automatically approve because it goes with like any employee, then the fact that then to me it's more of a technical correction. Like, if we're going to be approving it in the fall, I don't see the need to make the assessor wait just because we didn't get it covered last year. If it's more of a weighing, like, well, maybe we're going to pay for this if we have money, or we're going to make the assessor, then I say it's maybe not, doesn't really fit within our parameters. But I don't have a good sense of how many of our other employees get all of their software licensing included when their FTE positions get added.
So if I may, this will be a good conversation to have. If the board decides not to approve, it's not like you're not approving the activity. What you're asking is to absorb that within the current allocation. That's really the result of that. Your decision said, no, don't buy the license. No, that's not the point. What you're saying is, yeah, you have discretionary availability in your budget, and you can purchase the license within your current budget. That's the end result, I believe, of you saying no, except for others that really ask for additional stuff. But in this case, that's really will be the result of your decision, if that is the case.
I'm not so sure he's got the latitude that some of these larger budgets have. So that's my concern.
Yeah.
Yep. So I will ask for your decision, Commissioner Mejia.
Me first? No.
Commissioner Messer.
I could go with this.
Commissioner Edwards.
Yeah, I'm inclined to give it to him.
Okay, so 2-1.
Yeah. Hey, but I do have to tell you something here, Romero. I know this isn't going to fit in your plan very well, but I hope Robin told you that
Yes.
I have to leave.
Yeah. How much longer do we have with you, Commissioner?
You have about 6 minutes. That's all.
So
then by about 3:20, I believe I can be back with you. But so I know that puts you in a jam, but on these other issues, let me just say something that I'm concerned about as we move forward on any of this. My concern is that the law and justice component does not get any reductions in ability to do business, and that's the whole component. So you can just kind of guess. I mean, this maybe isn't exceptional for the assessor, but you can take a shot at it that I'm going to be opposed to any reduction in the law and justice component. If you want to know where I'm standing, and I'll make something official when I get back with you.
None of these are budget cuts.
Well, I know, but it could add up to, if we give everything away, there isn't anything left, is what I'm worried about.
Right.
That's
Recommending you say no to.
Hold on, before
Hold
you.
on 1 second. Okay, County Manager.
Yeah, before you, Commissioner Edwards, I guess I'll ask the chair, would you like to continue knowing that you have a quorum? Or you like to stop until Commissioner Edwards would like to join back on the decisions?
Commissioner
Okay.
Edwards, you,
Yes.
320 is that a solid?
Yeah, well, it's pretty darn solid, but I as a general philosophy, I know where I'm at, but I hate to put you guys in this pickle, but I can't get out of this. So,
Well, we can, I mean, if there's concurrence, the odd thing about 3 is if there's a concurrence, then we can move forward. And if there's a split, then we'd have to come back and include you anyway, where your vote's decisive. So if you want to handle it that way, I have a hard stop at 4:30. I'm certainly willing to wait around and reconvene at 3:20. Maybe the board, 2:40, that's only 40 minutes.
it's a 40-minute delay. Yes.
How about we convene at 3:20, like we break until, we go for the next 5 minutes, we break until 3:20, and at 3:20, we're gonna start up again. And if you're late, then we'll obviously hold any decision that's a split vote for your decisive vote, but we're gonna keep plowing. Would that be acceptable?
Yes, that makes sense to
Yeah,
me. Matter of fact, like we could probably do it all the way through, and the only thing that I'd need to come in on is that split vote
Okay.
issue.
Well, if you're comfortable with that, that's okay with me.
Actually, I am. I
Okay.
am comfortable with that. I hate to tie you folks up
Okay, well, I
as we
appreciate
move
that.
along, because the democratic process does prevail in the end anyway.
You know, we're gonna do 2 things. We're not only gonna mark split votes, but where it seems like we were really conflicted, and Commissioner Mejia and I were really,
We'll hold it.
we're gonna hold a decision on that, you know, because maybe we both are, you might be able to change our minds, so to speak. So if it seems like it
Okay.
was a tough call for the 2 of us, we'll put those in a category and take those up with you.
And I'm gonna take some good notes of the votes, Commissioner Edwards, and I make a copy of my notes and I'll share that with you.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay. And
Go
we'll just
ahead.
keep calling.
I tell you what, I'm going to try and pop in as we go along, only because I might be able to get away with it. I just don't know yet.
Okay,
Okay.
you got it.
Okay.
Thank you for your effort.
Okay. Talk to you later.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. So, moving along. Line number 2 is the assessor has requested 15,000 for extra help budget. You may recall that at one point he had an extra 10,000, but that did not continue in future years.
And he requested a 1.5 FTEs, as you may recall, and you funded 1.
I think, you know, I know like last year with the sheriff's overtime issue, there was at least discussion about, you know, let's wait and see where we're at. We don't know that, you know, this may need to be funded. It may not. We're not going to fund it in the first budget amendment. Is that a reasonable way to handle this?
That will be my recommendation.
Okay, so that's where I'm at on this one.
If I may add to this, you may recall that the reason that the assessor wanted that $10,000 was to be able to shift costs out of the REIT technology fund to the general fund. And he no longer has that. While this doesn't talk about that, it is possible that that's what would be used for.
But that will be a conversation on the overall budget, my suggestion. Commissioner Mejia?
I think I'll vote yes on this.
Okay, so we have a split. We'll have to leave that.
You said no?
Edwards.
You said no?
I'm saying no.
No? Okay.
So
You still online, Commissioner?
can we discuss about this one then?
Yeah.
Because I'm seeing it as he's requesting extra help just because of, you know, the current burden right now with FTEs. And is that not the case? Can someone explain? I'm just looking at the description and the statement of need right here.
Well, like I would repeat one thing Ramiro said. We weren't here. We got a budget request for the budget. last fall for 1.5, and we funded 1. So there was an extra half FTE request that we didn't fund.
Yeah, and one of the budget instruction is not to come back to the board and a budget amendment for something the board already made a decision not to fund it during the regular budget.
Okay.
And there's also, like, just to flesh out my point is a position that I took on the sheriff's overtime on the amendment was, it's early in the year. He was projecting, I just wasn't, it was a large amount. This is not, this is not equivalent, but I mean, sheriff's budget's much larger, so it's kind of the scale. And there was an argument made that we should just kind of wait and see on that. Because there might be a way for him to manage that over the course of the year. And then, in fact, I think that did happen in 2020, or it didn't happen in 2019. But to basically say right now, is, I don't know, could be argued to be premature. I don't know exactly if
Yeah, because when the requests that were submitted for this budget amendment, it was 3 months into the year, to your point.
Okay.
this is close enough. Let's leave this for Commissioner Edwards to weigh in.
So, yeah, what I have is, you said thumbs up, and Commissioner Miss said
You want
thumbs
to put your thumb to the side right now? And
Please, because I need to hear more discussion. I would like more discussion on this one.
this was earmarked on my sheet as one of the more difficult ones for me to grapple with as well.
Okay.
So I
So,
think it warrants.
I don't know if Commissioner was still online, if he wants to exercise his vote.
I think he said goodbye.
Okay, goodbye.
So let's go back to this one.
Okay. Line 3, also from the assessor, 7,000 for the pictometry technology requirements. Now that we have the new pictometry, these items would make it more, looks like this would enable staff to use it better. I'm not quite sure why this would not have come with I don't know why he needs 18 monitors and docking stations to go with this new tech.
So the board approved the pictometry project last year. That has been implemented. We knew there's going to be additional costs.
Can you remind me like there was a good chunk of it we submitted for CARES Relief Act? Not all of it.
I think it was
381 out of 700 or something like that?
yeah, it was just about that. It was a portion of it, yeah.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
And the rest was general fund that you funded last year. And at that point, we knew there's going to be additional expenses. I guess what he's requesting at this point is because the technology, the pictometry may require a different type of docking stations and larger monitors. My point of view is something that you may consider.
We made, just for Carolina's benefit, this pictometry system was a major issue of debate for the board last year. The assessor really made a good, strong case for why it was valuable, and we wrestled with whether we could fit it through the CARES Act box, because it was something he kind of wanted before, but it was also had an extra ability to let his folks go out there without making contact with individuals in the early pandemic. So there was a nexus, and at first we said no, I believe, and it got funded later. I mean, the board flipped on that.
Yeah, because you receive a perspective from the internal auditor. This particular project was not eligible for the CARES money. And through additional conversations, that changed, and that's how the board ended up funding this project.
I just want to say that history because if this equipment is necessary to make that system work, I want them to have it, because we spent a lot of time and effort making that system. I mean, and then we haven't told her about the whole contract negotiation. There was a lot of back and forth about the contract and the scope between the vendor and the stakeholders, and we had to have a summit with all of the parties there to get the contract done at the last minute. And so a lot of investment of the board's time has gone into this system.
So my suggestion for you to consider this, because this just, carry over that decision. And
Right, it's implementing a decision from last year. So I'm going to support this.
okay, so we have, all right.
All right, what?
It's
voted yes.
approved too. Yeah, I'm sorry, Commissioner Mejia, yes, Commissioner Messer, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll make sure to verbalize that.
Next we have in the commissioner's office, we needed to add the revenue to this. Got in, yes, so I'm gonna do that here. So this is, we're receiving more PEG fees from our franchise agreement and need to be able to pass that through to TCTV.
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Mejia up, Commissioner Messer up, so this is approved.
Yes, thank you. The next item, line 5, is for REIT money. This is the $7 million that would support the tenant improvements at the atrium.
Commissioner Mejia up, Commissioner Messer up, so this is approved.
Very good. Line number 6, also from REIT. This is 5.6 million to purchase Mottman, and line 7 goes with it.
I thought it was 5.7 with the real estate.
Yeah, we have to pay our broker, but that can't come out of REIT.
Yeah, they can.
Okay.
So, yep, okay, Commissioner Mejia up, Commissioner Messer up on both. Item 6 and 7, both are approved.
7. Where's my cursor? I lost my cursor. There we go. Now we're on line 8 from the clerk. The clerk is asking for 3.5 FTEs to support the new judicial officer that has been authorized by the legislature.
Are we voting, discussing?
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
hear some. I'd like to hear everybody's perspective on this one.
So,
Okay, I'm voting no on this. The issue with this is a judge will not be hired on until November. That's one. Second of all, Superior Court hasn't even decided what they're going to do with the new judicial officer, if they're going to be at the family juvenile campus or main campus, or if it's going to be an administrative judge. Third point is this doesn't change the courtroom space that we have. It's still going to be the same amount of hearings. It doesn't matter if there's a new judicial officer on there, because we have the same amount of courtrooms. So it won't add this additional. So I'm voting no. I spoke with Superior Court, and they're still trying to find the best options on how they're even going to proceed with the new judicial officer. I feel this is a request that can be made at the end of the next budget cycle, once we have more clarification on what this judicial officer will be doing.
So, okay, that's all good information. Thank you. The clerk mentioned to me, advocated for the advantage of having some staffing trained so that judge can be effective. And I'm wondering if there'd be an advantage to even having one of these positions authorized so that maybe, I don't know exactly what the roles will be of the various 3.5 folks, but if there's one that's particularly hard to recruit, or there's one that's particularly, would provide supervision to some of the others in the team, if there's a way to, I don't know, there's a value to maybe not going whole hog with 3.5, but authorizing 1.5 or 1 to give them a head start, a running start on this. I don't know.
Yeah, also,
I guess,
Just a thought.
sorry, I would also like to add that the judge will still have to have their training. The judicial college is not till the end of January. So from November until probably February, March, the judge will just be in back-end capacity, and during that time, I believe staff can be trained and recruited.
My suggestion is at this point is for you to consider this as part of your next year's budget, next biennial, because then you will have a bigger picture. Because this is an ongoing, it's an ongoing commitment that what are you doing at this point? And at this point, I think it's difficult for you to make that decision without having a larger understanding of the budget.
Okay, I'll go with
Okay, Commissioner Mejia, no. Commissioner Menser, no. So this is not approved.
And that's the tech that goes with that.
And so item 9 is also no, because that was tied to the
Right,
positions.
that's correct.
So I just want to make sure you also agree on that. So item 9 is no.
right, because it connects to 8.
Right.
Item 10 is moved as part of the Blake package.
So we can scratch this out?
Yep.
Yeah, we can, and that will be a different
Virtual.
We'll
topic.
address this when we look at Blake as a package deal.
That's 11 too, right?
That
11
yep,
as well.
yep, that's right. 11 goes with it. So then we're on line 12 is from the sheriff's law enforcement, and they're asking for overtime in the
Robin, Commissioner Edwards he has a lot of knowledge and a lot of strong opinion, and I would really feel more comfortable discussing sheriff's requests with him.
Yes, we can skip all of the sheriffs and come back to those.
Because he can often provide insight that helps us.
So that is 12.
I think it's 18 towards the corner, yeah.
I gotta make this smaller so it doesn't just skip over lines. 12, 13, 14, 15.
All the way to 18.
15 and 17, all sheriff. Okay. Let's make it a little bigger again. Line 18 is for the coroner. He is asking for a new forensic autopsy and morgue operations technician. For $120,000.
Yeah, Commissioner, my recommendation is for you to consider this as part of your regular budget. This is an ongoing expenditure. And I'm not trying to undermine or discredit the value or the information the coroner needs on this. But in terms of the logistics, we don't have a classification. Even if the board approves in June, it will be 2-3 months before we can get a classification in place. So he will not.
Can you clarify? Because obviously the coroner argued that he can. Can you explain to me the system? Like he says, I can provide you a classification. I did the work. Here it is, and I know that.
Well, I appreciate that, but he's not a human resources specialist.
Okay.
And you and I went through the process of creating the job classification for the criminal regional program manager.
Right.
And it takes a lot of work. It's not just about somebody saying, this is what I want. HR needs to go in trying to identify like positions on like counties to determine what will be the right setting. So that's my recommendation to you.
Commissioner Mejia, I can tell you, I'm probably a sideways thumb and will want to confer with Commissioner Edwards on this. Unless
Yeah.
Commissioner Mejia can make a
No, I just,
convincing argument.
I honestly, I've talked to the coroner about this many times, and you know, like I told him, I'm still struggling to get, I mean, to this point. I'm not sure if this is even something maybe we could do like a part-time position. If that would be
But
even,
also, I think he's planning to bring another request for next year's budget, an additional
Yeah.
position. So, and for me, it's, you know, taking parceling requests out on a off-cycle process is concerning to me, because then I think you deserve to see the global picture. And I know the coroner is going to bring another request for a new position during the regular budget process,
A different position?
a different position.
that was me.
So, and I think it will be worth to have that overall conversation to better understand his operations and for you to understand what will be the way in which you can support him.
I just, so a couple of like devil's advocate. One is, you saying that it's going to take a few months to get a classification. If we see this as a quasi-emergency issue, that's all the more reason not to wait until the fall. I mean, because then we're, you know, the fact that it's going to take more time to get that person actually working means it's even more of an emergency to do it now, because the need is there immediately. And the fact that he had a very specialized person doing something on the cheap, as we've said, or however you want to say it, that was lost from COVID, has created a gap, a COVID-related gap that is, I don't think, I mean, I don't know the coroner's business. I can only take him at his word. He's always been very restrained in his, and so when I see this kind of explanation of need, I have to take it as at face value, because I have no basis not to trust the information I'm being given, that this is an absolutely critical person that he doesn't have access to anymore based on COVID.
Edwards here.
So
Commissioner
what,
Edwards, we're talking about the coroner, and I wanted to wait for you, so I'm glad you're here.
Yeah. Well,
So, just to
I'm just
Commissioner Edwards.
checking in. I heard part of that, and I have to say, I think the chair has got it right on point, and I believe we got to give it to him, because for all the reasons the chair laid out, I know it's jumping the chain, so the line, so to speak, if you will, but it either is an emergency or not, and it sounds like it's going to save us money and possibly even bring a certain revenue in.
Oh, that's different.
No, this
This is different, Commissioner.
This is not the pathologist.
No, but he's talking about the ability for others
Not-
to use our facility.
Yes,
We have this
that's right.
tech here. He's explained that to me.
Because
That's right.
the pathologist is a different request.
That's different. This is something where he's argued to me twice, and I had to clarify, because I didn't understand it the first time he explained it to me, and the second time is that we're, based on our geographical position, people are having to go up to King or Snohomish County or whatever, or down somewhere, I forget, Clark County, I forget. But if we had this technician, which would meet one of his needs, it has a secondary effect of others could be, and we could basically rent out our facility by having this tech to assist. And that's, I mean, it's speculative, obviously, but that's what Commissioner Edwards is talking about.
So just to clarify, at least where I'm coming from, I am not here to argue the needs of the justification in any of the requests, because I am not even an expert to determine what Gary's needs are.
Mm-hmm.
My point is process and timing. And that's probably, that's my recommendation, is process and timing.
I respect that position from the county manager, but I have to say, it's either an emergent situation or it's not, and it is directly related to the COVID thing, or we would not be losing the person that we had. So I have to say, I'm with the chair on this.
So I see, seeing it as an emergency because he lost someone and his staff has been covering, his other staff has been covering and basically creating this backlog in his own system as trying to get paperwork done because they're having to fill in into other job duties. I just, my thing is, I just don't see it as a full-time position, maybe. I think I would be able to go like part-time and say, okay, this is, and then next year, if he's like, yeah, all these people are coming over and, we definitely have a need for it to go full-time, then at that time, I'd be more willing. But right now, I would say like a part-time position, but I don't, again, I guess I don't want to guess what coroner's needs are, but.
Well, I'm going to say this. I'm going to keep my thumb sideways until I'm going to ask for the indulgence to double back. Once I see how many requests the board authorizes and where that puts our fund balance sheet, I would like to be able to fund this. I think it fits into the emergency situation or unexpected circumstances, but not knowing exactly how far the board's going to go with some of the other requests on the sheet, I'm a sideways thumb at this point.
Oh, okay, and I'm okay because I got to check out. I got to run back in here.
Appreciate that time.
Okay, I'll be back in 20 minutes, I hope.
So you want to hold
We didn't
this?
even get Commissioner Edwards' vote there, even though it sounded like he was going to go.
Yeah,
the thumbs up.
so we're going to hold this.
Yeah, let's hold this one.
On hold.
I don't mark.
That was good discussion, so thank you.
Yep, I got it on hold. All right. The next item is $2 million to establish the stabilization fund.
They both voted on that. Okay. So Commissioner Mejia up, Commissioner Messer up. Is approved both 19 and 20.
So exciting. The next item, line 21, is from Public Defense. The Public Defense is asking for an indigent defense investigator services for $63,000. It's 1 FTE, and this would be half a year. 62,000, is that half
And
a
again,
year?
my recommendation on this is timing and process.
Yeah,
You should consider for
with you on
next
this.
year's.
Yeah.
So,
I'd love for them to have this position, but I don't see how this fits into our
yeah.
criteria.
So it is declined this request. It's not approved.
Nope. Okay, next we have Public Defense, $30,000 for professional development. They're asking to increase their training budget. This is absolutely not an amendment.
So Commissioner Messer down, Commissioner Mejia down, is not approved.
All right. Next line is number 23. It is from Central Services. This is 156,000 because the items that have been approved for purchase in 2021 now cost more. And one item didn't last as long as they thought it would. So 156,000 from the ER&R fund.
Yeah, thoughts and opinions on this?
Well, this is just the way the equipment is costing more.
So would this be like a carry
And-
forward?
yeah, and this is not a general fund, it's under the ER&R, and they have capacity to cover the additional expenses.
Okay, so then,
Robin, you okay with this?
Me?
Yeah, you.
yeah.
Um, so.
You're my central services point of contact.
Yes, I am.
But she also may be a conflict of interest.
Oh.
She's the one who's behind all this, so.
No, but I could pick up the phone and call Patrick or Gary Warnock.
It sounds
You don't have to because you're sitting right there.
So just to give you a little more information, there was a piece of equipment, I believe, in Public Works that broke down. So it needs to be purchased. It would have been in next year's budget, but it's not working anymore. And then the rest of the stuff just costs more than we knew it would.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, this comes out of ER&R, so we spend it, and then what we do is we have to up the rates for contribution, which then
My
affects the,
understanding that there's enough in the fund to cover these
Yeah.
things.
Because the ER&R is interesting because it defines individual per vehicle. So it's not an overall. So when a vehicle reaches useful life, in this case, or breaks down, there's already money to cover that, the replacement. So my recommendation for you to consider approving this.
okay.
It
Is it?
fits, if we look at our
Yeah.
principles,
Commissioner Mensah up, Commissioner Mejia up is approved.
cool, thank you.
I'm sorry, finish that thought, Robin.
Oh,
You said if we
It-
look at our principles,
right. I would say that it fits under a technical correction. Because these are items that were already approved for purchase, except for the one piece of equipment that broke down, which created an emergency.
right? Yep, I put a check, and usually that means that I saw it as more technical. Go ahead.
Okay, line 24 is from CPED. This is $13,000 with revenue coming from the water planning interfund agreement with water planning and the university extension for the native plant salvage program. And they are expanding their scope of work.
Comes with revenue, so.
So it's basically just a,
Yeah, there's zero impact.
That's fine.
Commissioner Mejia up, Commissioner Mensah up is approved.
Okay, line 25 is, and 26, they net to zero. They are here because they impact different funds, and it is adjusting the allocation of their fiscal administrative position. It nets to zero, and really it's a technical change.
okay.
Good.
Good then.
Commissioner Mejia up, Commissioner Mensah up, approved. Both
Okay.
25 and 26.
Yep. Line 27 is also from CPED. It's $7,000, an increase in funding for the WSU Memorandum of Understanding. And you heard about this during the extension briefing. They want to increase the contract, and they're asking for the money to do it. I'm recommending no on this.
Commissioner Mejia, no. Commissioner Mensah, no. Is not approved.
Here is line, oops, This is how I knew where we ended. This is line 28. It's for CPED. It is requesting $100,000 for court-ordered cleanup for properties out of compliance with the county code.
So this is complicated.
Very complicated.
And it borders lines on a policy decision the board needs to make in terms of how you want to really, if you like to develop a program to address nuisance properties, the cleanup. The reason this item is in here is because we have a court order of abatement by the property owner that needs to be done in August. So if the property owner does not have any signs to clean that property, that court order will lapse in August, and then we'll have to go back to court to ask him again to abate the property. In this particular request, we'll give the board the option for the county to go ahead and clean that property to ensure that that is clean before the abatement order is completed.
So if the board wants to consider this item, perhaps what you do, since it's an amendment
Proviso.
tied to policy about whether or not to create an abatement fund, one thing you might do is put this money either in non-departmental with instructions to only transfer as much as is necessary to clean the one property under a court order, or set a proviso on it that anything above what's necessary for that one property would revert.
Yeah, that was going to be my suggestion. If you consider this to put a proviso, just put some sideboards on this. Because it's a difficult conversation the board needs to have on this. But again, those properties has been a nuisance properties. We have, and again, a court order. We don't know if the property owner is going to do it. We going to leave that to the property owners to clean up, you know. But also, you know, it's so complicated. Just if the board approves this item, and if the county decides to clean with this properties using this money, we'll put that as a lien on that property. And that's what it is. It will recover when the property is sold. That's how it works. But also, it's no guarantee that that property will not go back to as a nuisance property in the future. So, and that is the difficulty of all this nuisance property. And my suggestion is if you really are serious about those two properties, this will give you the avenue. And if you approve, put the sideboards in terms of a budget proviso.
It's my understanding that we only have a court order on one property,
Yes, in the single tree states.
just the one.
So,
See, my recommendation is to not approve it because it is a huge policy choice to make, but the choice is, of course, up to you.
Is this something that can come back later to the board, like as a policy issue?
Well, eventually we'll have to come back, if you like, as a policy issue in terms of long-term. But in terms of budget authority, you will not have the opportunity to have a budget
before August.
Before
court order
August,
set.
yeah.
So these court orders, they tell the property owner to clean it up, but they simultaneously give us the authority to do it as the party.
I believe
So what do? We give them until the last month and then we go in and do it? I mean, is that how we manage that?
That's how we have, you know, you heard about the infamous Kaiser property.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we did. I mean, and we cleaned twice.
And you'd like to do it, and so you just wait till the kind of however much, if you need 6 weeks or 4 weeks or 2 weeks, you just wait till that point, and then you're like, property owner's not gonna do it, we do it, and we pay.
Yeah, and
Under the authority of the court order we have in hand.
yeah, I believe so. I believe that is the case. And then we put a lien on that property
Right.
to recover the cost when that property is sold.
If
So
it's ever sold.
I know about LP Brown. Single Tree Estates, I'm not as familiar with. Is this one of these ones that's taken 20 years, or what's?
Well, if Commissioner Erbos was on the phone, he will give you a lot of history behind Single Tree Estates. It's just about pretty similar history that you have with LP Brown.
Are there a lot of neighbors involved that
On
are,
the Single Tree Estates, yes.
who are expecting us to step up and?
Well, they
this
have expected for us to do something. In the court proceedings is what we went through.
Mhm.
And so at this point, they're idling to see.
I mean, from their perspective, it's still filled with junk. This is the one, I remember the picture, it's got like a trailer and then like an RV in front of it.
Yeah.
And I can't remember what else all there is. God.
All good.
This is hard.
Let's hold this one for Commissioner Edwards' input, is
Okay.
where I'm at. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
So CPID, I'm just gonna put CPID cleanup.
All right, moving on to line 29, is a request for emergency services. Again, Medic 1. This is, oh, of course this looks familiar. We just finished these lines. This is the recruitment, funding for recruitment of paramedics.
They have extremely difficult time in securing paramedics, and this is on all the cities and fire districts. So this is an attempt to be more proactive.
And is that a new challenge that it only has come up in the last 4 months?
Yeah, I think it has gotten worse as far as I understand, because just the demand of that medical personnel during this pandemic has put in a very difficult position.
I mean, this would be below the coroner by a long shot for me, so.
Okay.
Just based on it, not like what Robin said, I don't see, you can tell when people are gonna be retiring, and we can address this in the fall.
So Commissioner Messer, no. Commissioner Mejia?
I just don't see how it fits in the budget amendments either. So it's a no for me.
No, so this is not approved. Oh, I got the, geez, I got the wrong line. Hold on.
He's doing the squiggly lines.
I was just going to say, it's not that they can't hire a recruiter if they need one. They just would need to find a way to absorb that in their current budget. Line 30 is 20,000 for an increased contract with Olympia Fire Department.
So I will have an answer to that. Denise, help us to secure that. Let me find it. The response was this contract agreement is to allow the city of Olympia through its fire department, Olympia Fire Department, to provide maintenance repair services to Thurston County Medic 1 for pandemic unit apparatus owned and operated by Thurston County Medic 1. Thurston County Medic 1 does not have sufficient resources to provide such services. Olympia Fire Department currently maintains appropriate facilities and sufficient personnel to perform necessary maintenance and repair services and agrees to extend the service to Thurston County. This is a renewal of an ongoing agreement between Medic 1 and OFAM. The renegotiated contract was an increase of $20,000 and is based on an increased labor cost.
Increased what cost?
Labor costs, which has been the reflection of the last 5 years.
What's the total amount of this contract?
I can't remember. I don't know. And I'm going to pause on this because this raises concerns to me. But yeah, this is the contract with OFM was approved by the board on March 23rd, 2021. So this is the difficulty, because you already approved a contract that includes additional expenses. and now you're being put in the position that you don't have an option. And that is something that I need to address a little differently.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, I need to address that a little bit differently next time. But at this point, you already approve a contract.
Okay.
Commissioner Mejia, yes. Commissioner Menser, yes. And I will follow up.
Thank you.
All right. Line 31 is 40,000 for public information regarding the Medic One levy that will be on our ballot.
So this is a little irritating, honestly, because I remember debating the ballot measure costs
Yep.
in the fall budget.
Right.
So why was this not part of that allocation at that point? Everybody knew what's involved in putting a complicated property tax issue on for the voters.
Yeah, good question.
Yep.
I don't want to hamstring or damage the prospects of this, but I don't like seeing this in this amendment.
No disagreement here.
Yeah, but that is something that procedurally I agree, but that investment is, not investment, sorry, these expenses are needed just to inform the public as to the purpose of intent of this ballot measure in August.
How much did we, how much was the appropriation to put the measure on the ballot? And I wonder.
It was about 160, as I recall.
Yeah, it seems like it was something like that. And I wonder if we have a more refined estimate at this point.
Right, because we're not gonna, that was just worst case scenario, but on August ballot, it's not gonna be
That's yeah,
that
that's
kind of cost.
yeah, no. So. This is from Medic One. There's no general fund.
It's not from general fund?
It's not general fund, it's Medic One.
One fund.
Yeah, my recommendation is for you to consider this, but aside from the process that you just described.
Okay, I guess.
Commissioner Mejia, yes. Commissioner Menser, yes. Is Commissioner Edwards join us?
Yes, I just joined you.
Okay, we are on, I don't know if you have the spreadsheet, but item 31, that is the $40,000 for Medic One outreach for the ballot measure.
Second, let me.
Line item 31.
Okay, just I've got the spreadsheet with me. Almost got it. Okay, yeah, you need a,
Well,
that's the one we voted to put on the ballot, right?
Yeah,
Okay, you got a thumbs up there.
good, thank you.
Okay. So now we're on line 32. This is $2,000 from emergency management. This is general fund for background check costs for volunteers.
They can absorb this.
Yeah, it sounds absorbable.
Yes, it does.
So
No.
Commissioner Mejia?
Yeah, no.
No. Commissioner Menser?
Same.
Commissioner Menser, no. And Commissioner Edwards, no. So it's not approved.
All right, line 33 is $2,440 for a refrigerator. Romero, when we split the cost of the refrigerator that we purchased with commissioners,
Yeah.
it wasn't $2,000, was it?
No, well, this is a commercial fridge.
Okay, let me just, I know I've kind of been I think I've been defeated on that topic, but I just do want to mention that during the whole COVID thing, that door must have got opened up and closed a whole bunch, and I'd attribute all the damage to the COVID. But that's one last argument. Okay.
Good argument, Commissioner.
That was pretty good. I gotta give you credit on that one.
I think you've been thinking about this argument.
I don't know about this one, honestly.
Okay.
I will be, can I do an undecided on this one?
Yeah, you can decide.
Unless both Commissioner Edwards and Menzer decide
Sure,
to split.
you can end up being the deciding vote one way or the other, it sounds like to me.
It's not a position I'm usually in. Where's Commissioner Hutchings when you need him?
It's interesting how difficult this decision is on a fridge.
On a fridge, yes. I'm undecided on this one. I don't know.
So Commissioner Edwards, you're supporting this?
No.
Yes.
Okay, so Commissioner Edwards is up.
I'm a sideways thumb.
I'll just go up on this.
So Commissioner Menzer up and Commissioner Mejia is sideways. So it's approved.
Okay. The next item is a reduction in revenue, and that really is technical, line 34.
Okay, thumb up.
Okay, thumbs up, thumbs up. Commissioner Edwards?
Yep.
Okay, so it's approved.
Line 35 is for the Long Lake Management District, and this is professional services that the board has approved.
Yeah.
No impact on the general fund.
Commissioner Mejia, yes. Commissioner Menzer, yes. Commissioner Edwards?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Line 36, also from Public Works, this is the increase in cost of the Mud Bay and Evergreen Parkway intersection project.
Impact fees.
Impact fees, yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Mejia up, Commissioner Menzer up. Commissioner Edwards?
Yep.
Okay, it's been approved.
Line 37 is also Public Works. This is the addition of financial staff in support of the ERP, where I
Yeah,
believe
I
Yeah,
believe the
go
board
ahead.
already decided to wait until we bring all that together.
Yeah.
package deal.
So this is a no.
Good.
And the two items 38 and 39 are associated with that as well.
Yep. So then we're on line 40 for social services. This is the additional funding from unanticipated revenue for the Regional Housing Council.
I think they all three go together, don't they?
They kind of do. It's the same thing. They've all got unanticipated revenue that will enable the county to put more services toward these types of housing supports.
Yep. I'm up.
I'm voting yes.
40, 41, and 42?
Yes, I
Okay.
am. Yes.
Sorry, yes on all of those. Excellent. Now we're going to, 42 is the last line. We're gonna go back to the items that were on hold.
Commissioner Edwards, I asked to hold all the sheriff's items because I wanted your input, so.
Okay.
But I think there's one item on number 2.
And then we also had the
Starting with,
Page 1.
assessor's
item 2.
extra help, CPED cleanup, and then we're holding coroner. That's what my list has.
Okay.
For item number 1, I'll go ahead and vote yes for that one.
Which one?
For item number 1 for the assessor.
For the software license.
one is
Yeah.
that,
The software license.
2-1 becomes 3-0. I think.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, so you're changing from a no to a yes on the software license for the employee.
Yeah.
Okay,
although the majority of the board already voted
Yeah, it
on
was
that.
already,
She's
yeah,
just changing her vote to be unanimous
For the record.
for the record.
for the record. Yeah.
unanimously, oh man. Okay. What's the decision on line 1 for the software license for the employee?
3-0.
Commissioner Mejia, Commissioner Mesa, Commissioner Edwards all voted thumbs up.
Yes, okay, I had that recorded as a no. So I've changed that to a yes. Now, line 2, which is the one that was on hold,
Yep.
is the 15,000 in extra help for the assessor.
Commissioner Mesa voted no. Commissioner Mejia is on the fence. So there you go, Commissioner Edwards.
Well, I think that because the assessor has a tighter situation than some of the other organizations, and he doesn't have money left usually. I know he did this time because I think he intentionally tightened his belt because of the whole COVID thing. So I'm inclined to support him on this. I think I'll do a thumbs up.
Okay, so Commissioner Mejia is the breaking vote. Then you have the benefit of that conversation. So
So,
Clear, why the assessor usually comes in at 0, if I may, it's because when he estimates how much his expenditures are, at the last minute, they transfer as much as is left out of the REIT tech fund so that the general fund is 100% spent.
Well, is that a shenanigan or?
The board has authorized him to do that.
The board authorized that shenanigans.
Yeah, and Commissioner Edwards,
I'm not going to call it a shenanigan, but the board
for
has
you-
authorized him to do so.
just for your knowledge, items 1 and 3 for the assessor were approved. So that's 13,600 or 13,600 in appropriation.
Okay, good enough. Well, then I'll cancel that. I'll stick with the no on that.
So no, that will be easy. So how you vote on this?
okay, I guess I'll go with the group on this one. No.
No. Okay, so unanimous is a no, number 2.
Okay. Then the next thing I have in yellow is for the sheriff.
Yeah, item 12.
Yep, I'm trying to get the line on the screen. So this is 126,000 in overtime for the sheriff.
Well, I have to say, I don't know that that's enough because of what he ends up using. So I'm going to be in favor of this.
I think I had questioned at the last briefing the budget allocation, and Denise was going to look it up or something. I don't remember seeing that. 283 I wrote down. I don't patrol. Is that? I don't know if that.
Hang on just 1 second.
Thank you.
Sorry, it's not going as quick as.
Maybe Robin, without,
I put out a numerous poll question, and
this particular issue has a little bit of history, and I wonder if you could just kind of, for maybe Commissioner Mejia's benefit and my own my own memory, like just the kind of history of how the board has handled the overtime in over the last, say, 4 or 5 years.
So over the last 4 or 5 years,
Or longer, whatever you think's relevant.
the The sheriff is looking at overtime as a single line item. However, in the past, some boards have looked at the overall financial plan for the sheriff, because what this doesn't take into consideration is how much is the sheriff saving in vacancies? How much are they saving in other areas of their budget that could be used to cover these overtime expenses? There are other considerations here, and we are only a couple months in. Other boards have waited until the end of the year to say how much is available now. Are you able to cover now, rather than funding it up front? Some boards have asked the sheriff to please mitigate costs as much as possible, and they reviewed it again at the end of the year. But and then at other times it has been funded.
I know that last summer, we both funded some overtime and added some positions in an effort to try to kind of reduce the need for overtime.
Right.
And then there was a debate in the fall about whether or not that funding of overtime that we did mid-year should be included for this year's budget. And
Right.
we decided that it wouldn't, because it was to cover the projection, and we added the positions we weren't sure where overtime was going to land this year. And so, but there was still and I'm trying to make sure I got this right. There still is a line item allocation toward overtime. And I guess this request is saying that's inadequate, but we think that's going to be inadequate by $126,000. And that's a little bit less, I think, than what last year's was. I think last year was like 248 or something like that.
I also look at the reversion.
Last year was a weird year, and I guess, and there was we granted overtime and this, that, and then there was a big reversion from the sheriff, and I don't think that's going to be different than it is this year. So I understand that. I'm not trying to hold them to a very weird 2020, because that's not going to necessarily translate. But at the same time, I think the position I took last year, I think I was voted down, but I think the position I took was just to wait and see on this, and I would be willing to consider it once we got to the next amendment. And I feel like that position is even more valid given the uncertainties of where we're at and the positions we added, and the jail being not as full, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm even more inclined to wait, unless I could be convinced otherwise. Commissioner Edwards, you had something?
Yes, I think the only thing I'd add to that is we're going to get back anyway if it is not spent. So that's kind of.
Go ahead, Commissioner Mejia. Do you have thoughts on or questions? I mean, this is a complicated issue that we've.
It is very complicated, and thank you both, Commissioner Edwards for your points and Commissioner Menser for asking those questions. I'm kind of on, it's been kind of like 4 months, and so it's kind of, I don't know, it's 126,000, with a budget that we're 4 months in seems a little hasty to me. But then again, it's, throughout the year, is he going to be able to be covered? I see a hand up.
Go ahead, Denise.
Okay. So Commissioner Menser, to your question, I had asked Heidi to pull that information together for us. And the 2021 budget for overtime is, and that doesn't relate to contracts where they specifically are covered by overtime. So this is just overtime for regular operations, is $315,661.
Can you repeat that number again? 661,000?
$315,661.
Okay. I switched it around, sorry.
All good.
Do we have the first quarter financial plan from the sheriff?
That'd be Patty.
Yeah, let me pull that and I'll get it to you in just a second.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So perhaps while we're pulling additional information on related to line 12, we could move to line 13.
Okay,
Line 13, also a request from the sheriff for an additional $10,000 to purchase 7 of the wrap safety restraints.
Oh,
Go ahead.
excuse me. Go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
I guess I was just going to comment on that. When we had discussions on that, quite some time back, I believe we agreed to the incremental purchase of these items as time went on, having adequate training and everything. And I think that was the plan at the time. And I think it hopefully prevents situations like have took place in other jurisdictions that are detrimental, Minnesota issue and such.
Right, the board did authorize the purchase under a sole source for these products. And at the time, the sheriff expressed his plan to purchase them a few at a time.
So he's already purchased some? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, he purchased some of them in 2020 with the plan to purchase more this year and in future years. But the board at that time did not commit to additional funding for the sheriff to purchase them.
I would like to know if he's used the ones he's got so far, and we don't know that.
I don't know the answer to that either, but I do think the intent when we did it, whether we talked about revenue or not, we thought it was a good expenditure to prevent potential bad situations from developing, I guess is the way we looked at it. We thought it was a smart move on his part.
I just have questions about the timing, I guess. We agreed to the phased purchase, but the plan was in place from the beginning, so I don't know why the budget request wasn't in place from the beginning, but.
Sorry. These are popping up.
So what is the pleasure of the board on this one? Commissioner Messer?
Commissioner Edwards, I assume you're a thumb up.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Mejia? You get to vote last, right?
You can always wait until the budget process as well.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess I'm going to go thumbs up because I I know we agreed to purchase these, and I know we agreed that, I know we were advised they were gonna be done in phases. If there's a better process issue for getting that made, I mean, ultimately, we're gonna be funding this purchase, so it's kind of it's not a discretion, as I said, kind of at the beginning with the assessor, it's not really a discretionary situation. If I have a complaint about the timing of the request, I think ultimately it's gonna get funded by the board, so.
Commissioner Mejia?
I'll go with yes.
Okay, so 3 yes,
Thumbs
that's
up
approved.
to the rest.
And we'll go back to item 12. Patty, are you ready?
Do we have the additional information?
It is not letting me connect to the K drive. I can direct you to where it is at, but I can't get to it. I can't get Fonte to connect for me.
Right, I'm not able to connect to that drive. So, so I can't pull up the information from the sheriff's financial plan. Let's see how much farther we can get and come back to this.
Okay, we're on to 14.
Right, which is also for the, can I get it to come up? So the $144,000 for the sheriff for retirement or leave buyouts.
I'd like to just comment on that in the scheme of things and the criticism law enforcement officers are facing today, I anticipate there's going to be more than there normally would, and I'm going to be supporting this.
Remember, you get a briefing from HR for you to consider a policy level, because it's not just the sheriff's office who is facing this, it's all the offices and departments.
Yeah, I will, for the retirement leave, I'll go with no, just because we are discussing that for all the departments across the board.
Yeah, I would like to continue our work on the policy that's consistent across the county.
Commissioner Mejia, no. Commissioner Messer, no. Commissioner Edwards, yes. So this item is not approved.
Okay, then we have line 15. Which is 73,000 request from corrections for the increase in the contract housing contract with Yakima.
Has that been used since the beginning of this? I don't know, by mid 2020, they quit using it, right?
No, and in fact,
there has been no one in contract housing since October of 2019.
I'll be happy to fund this in the fall if the costs materialize. Very happy.
Yeah. Okay. I'm with the chair on that.
so Commissioner Mejia, no. Commissioner Messer, no. Commissioner Edwards, no. So this item is not approved.
Okay. Line number 16 is retirement leave buyout for corrections in the amount of 48,000.
I'm in favor of that for the same reasons that I gave. I don't think anybody's going to stick around.
Okay, so similar, Commissioner Edwards, yes. Commissioner Mejia, no. Commissioner Messer, no. This item is not approved.
Okay, then we have line item, we're on line 17, request from the sheriff for corrections for the purchase of a body scanner for the jail. And I would just add that this would qualify for COVID money.
I'll vote yes for this.
And this is well-needed equipment.
Okay, let's go.
Commissioner Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Mejia, yes. Commissioner Messer, yes. Commissioner Edwards, yes. This item is approved.
Great. Now we have the coroner.
The coroner.
Again.
Is that the, okay. So I think the last few items we have left is overtime for the sheriff, the coroner's technician, and then the code compliance cleanup.
Let's go to code compliance. Get Commissioner Edwards in on that.
All right. So we're on line 28, Commissioner. This is the request from CPED to have 100,000 for court-ordered cleanup, and just to open it up to your comments.
Well, I'm inclined to support that. And I have heard, I believe both my seatmates have said they've had compliance issues that needed to be dealt with. And I have those same kind of issues. So I'm ready to support that.
Commissioner, this is related to two specific properties. One is called the Single Tree Estates, and the other one is LP Brown Elementary.
Brown, right. But I think they go hand in hand. And if we get started on doing something and finally accomplish something, instead of these forever delays, hopefully this can be a seed process maybe. Anyway, I'm in support of cleaning that up for both those issues.
Do we have we don't have a court order on LP Brown.
No, and we're working with the school district.
But we can't clean up LP Brown without a court abatement order.
Yes, yeah.
So
But might we be working that way? We do have a court order for the one up at Singletree.
Yeah. I'm just trying to clarify.
And on any of those that we end up with court orders, I believe we can attach a lien to the sale of the property that we could recover our expenses. But this will just give us money to do it with.
So just so I'm clear, if we're allocating 100,000, we know we have court authority in one case, in the other it's in anticipation of getting that court authority?
Yeah, I believe so.
And we're guessing it's 50,000 per shot or whatever, just kind of guesstimated.
It's guesstimated.
And you're saying we could do 50,000 for Single Tree Estates.
And put
That's
it,
the one where we're really facing an emergency time restriction because of the court order.
right. So that will be a good approach. 50,000, put in non-departmental with a budget proviso.
Okay.
That will be my recommendation.
Okay, I'll go.
Okay.
I'm with you.
Okay, we're good there then.
Okay.
So 50,000, and doesn't go to CPED.
It'll go in non-departmental.
With a proviso.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, good.
All right.
At the corner.
Hey, because we haven't got the information back that Patty was looking up, do you want to do the coroner quick?
Yeah, good idea.
Here's the deal on the coroner. I'm supporting that, but the thing is, that's for that. It says 120 or something now, but the reality is, it won't even be a half a year at this point. But then next year it would be that full amount. So we're really only talking about, I don't know, 50 or 60 by the time we get this done.
Or would it be the opposite of 240 next year?
It'll be the full amount next year. Yeah.
So is it 120 or 240 for next year? Do we
No,
know?
next year it'll be 120.
120?
Now, there's more earmarked for that. I don't have it in front of me right now, but I think it's 120, isn't it? Right now?
Right.
Yeah,
That's
and
the
that's-
request.
And that's not 120. That's 120 for the full year.
So we're
that's a
checking
mistake.
on that.
okay.
Yeah, we're 60 on. If we put that at 60, we'd be okay. Put it at 60, and he'd be able to get his position early for all the reasons laid out by the chair.
I'm just worried about, I have to take the coroner's at face value because he has not guys, and I feel like job duties are falling on the backs of employees that are not qualified to do them, and there's legal risk to have. I mean, he huge liability is how he puts it, and I don't want to be in that position
Well, the thing for me is,
with us having taken
my
action.
holdup in this is, why bring this now? I've been meeting with him every month, and it wasn't until, recently that this came about, and it's why now? I mean, with COVID all of last year, I felt like either this could have been requested in last year's, was it requested in last year's budget?
No,
Just hinted at?
no, last year the board approved a extra machine.
Okay.
Could I
I'll win
comment
my
on
vote. Did not vote for the X-ray machine, but go ahead, Gary.
I really do think that it is the history with the coroner has been exceptional. I guess that's the best way I can put it. To try and live within his means. If he didn't put in for it, it was because he was taken from Peter to pay Paul somehow to make it work with some of his other employees, which in turn creates a problem as expressed by the chair, as far as I'm concerned. It's people working out of class, doing things maybe they weren't qualified to do and such. So I think if we change that to $60,000, that will give him his half a year, recognizing we're going to have it at 120 next year.
Can you tell by what he submitted, Denise?
Another question I have is, in regards just to this, is the extra help, basically the money that was being used for his extra help, can that go to fund this position?
Except he never has enough.
Yeah, but he was paying, I asked about that, but it's it's a very small amount of money.
It is a very small amount. I want to say in the 20 to 30,000 range.
I was thinking 20,000 is what he said, the savings there. So, I mean, the guy was working like 69 hours a month, no benefits.
Let me just throw in
Minimum
one other
wage.
plug for the coroner.
Oh, part-time.
Could I suggest an alternative?
Mhm.
Going with maybe for you to consider funding 60,000 without committing to a new position, and that will give latitude to manage the extra help with additional money. And then you will consider this new position and perhaps the other one he's planning to submit as part of the overall budget.
Well, since he's got does that help him? Does that help him get around the obstacle of having to wait for a classification from HR? That he could hire the extra help without that classification?
Yeah, because extra help for the 6 months he can hire without having that specific classification.
So it wouldn't need to be somebody on the cheap. He could hire a market rate extra help.
Right. Suggestion.
Hey, can I make one more suggestion?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm closer to his services than any of the rest of you, so let's help him out. No, I think that's a good suggestion the county manager made.
Maybe $60,000 for professional services.
Yeah, that's good with me.
So do you hear that, Robin?
Yeah, I'm capturing it now.
So $60,000 for professional services, and then any new positions will be addressed on the 2022-2023 budget.
Does that work with Commissioner?
Yeah, he said that's good.
Okay.
Commissioner, what's okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this approved, and just for the record, is approved for $60,000 for professional services. And
Right.
that will give the coroner latitude to hire a temporary position until the board considers a permanent solution.
Right. Got it. So that leaves us with the overtime for the sheriff.
Robin,
Yes,
I managed to get it up. So the anticipated variance is 159,000.
currently at the bottom line for the sheriff.
What does that mean? Anticipated variance.
So that means that at this point in time, after the first quarter, Heidi's projection for the end of the year is that the sheriff will revert, say the amount again,
159,000.
159,000.
So I'm just in a position where I need to wait on this, you know, between reversion and uncertainties and additional positions. I'm gonna vote to wait on this item, as I did last year.
Until the next budget amendment?
Yeah, until the end of the year. That's what Commissioner Messer is stating.
Can I make one more plug?
Absolutely.
We're going to get it back anyway if he doesn't spend it. That'll just be my plug, okay?
Yep.
So Commissioner Edwards saying yes, Commissioner Messer saying no, but the no means it's not like you're not, it's just waiting. So Commissioner Mejia, you break the vote?
Yeah, I'm okay with waiting until the next budget amendment.
Okay, so Commissioner Mejia, no, Commissioner Messer, no, Commissioner Edwards, yes, so this request is not approved.
Okay, that's all of these. Stop sharing. I'm gonna save this so I don't lose it. And I'm gonna close that one for now and bring up the reinstatement of the budget cuts, where we have one item that is actually a policy request for Medic 1. No, not you. Close that. Statement of the cuts. Get it on the right screen. Sorry, it's taking me a second to set it up.
While you set that up, could I provide some?
Yeah, go ahead, County Manager.
So you're going to be assessing the impacts of Blake as a whole, and that will be the next item on your agenda. We have provided you with a perspective as to how you can address the backlog on the cases that we have. So my recommendation to you related to reinstatement of the 2%, for you to have a holistic conversation. And my suggestion will be not to go line item by line item as requested reinstatement of the 2%. And the reason for that is no other offices and departments have given, or they thought they had that opportunity to request the reinstatement of the 2%. So for me, it's about process, it's about fairness. So those are my.
I have a question in regards to this. Are we in a position to reinstate the 2% for all departments?
I think you have that the impact is 1.1 million.
But and my problem with this is that we did that last summer, early summer. Budget requests came in. With one exception, nobody was, I mean, a couple people tried to ask for the 2%. A couple, but most of the other people understood that we weren't going to be granting the 2% back. So they made a series of other requests. And they might not have been called reinstating the 2%, but the departments that were the most impacted by the 2% cut came back with a new request, not called restore the 2%, but specifically the need, like let's say they had to cut certain employee. That's how they dealt with the 2%. Well, they came back and said, well, we need this employee, and we granted a lot of those. So sitting here, turning into 2021, we've already basically restored the most severely impacted 2%ers, so to speak, from last year in the budget process. And so if we start changing the terminology around and saying, well, now we're going to start reinstating 2% cuts, I mean, some groups never asked for it. Some groups basically did ask for it under another name. It's just, to me, the water is under the bridge, and it's way too far to corral that back in and talk about doing it. People's needs have been addressed on, the hiring freeze was going on, and Ramiro, certain departments got a lot more exceptions to the hiring freeze than others. That was responsive. I mean, it was
intentional.
It was intentional.
Right.
I mean, it's at this point, a year later, to say restore the 2%, too much has happened in the intervening year to do that. To do it piecemeal isn't going to sound fair to some groups, although you'd almost have to do it piecemeal to make it fair, because other groups have already been addressed in other ways through other processes. So I see this as a very dangerous and ill-advised way to go. I think the groups at this point should just come forward with what they need, whether it's in a budget amendment or next year's budget. I mean, obviously we have our rules about the budget amendment, but emergencies have come up, and we've dealt with all sorts of things in the last year that had to be dealt with. But I think once we start down this road of restoring 2% here and there, it's just going to create a lot of animosity and feelings of unfairness and just a haphazard approach by the board. That's not your fault because you weren't there, but we did things a little haphazard last year because we didn't have any option. We thought we had unemployment. We had 4,000% increase in unemployment one month.
We were at 14, 15% unemployment.
Through the floor, yeah, it was like, for a couple of months there, we thought the whole economy was just going to bottom. And so we had to make choices, and then we had to adjust the dials as those numbers revised. We had to tweak things to make things more fair and reasonable based on the evolving situation of the economy. And so, yeah, we did things in a somewhat scattered way. There was a method to it, but there was a logic behind it, but it's not able to be addressed today by going back and taking this kind of blanket approach on something like the 2% cut, in my opinion. Commissioner Edwards, where are you at? What do you think about that?
Well, I don't want to kind of bring up old sore subjects, but if you remember right, I was against the reduction of elected offices.
Mm-hmm.
That's what my concern was. And at the time we did it, I had predicted that additional revenue was going to come in way and above what was forecast. And it ended up, I was right. I'm not trying to say I got lucky. Let's put it that way.
You were right about that. I'll give you that.
Yeah. You can say I told you so.
No, I don't like to do that. But my concern all along was that we have elected officials that are accountable to the public, and I just the rest of the departments and all that, they all work for the commissioner's office. Basically, they work for the county manager and the commissioners, and so that wasn't where my concern was. I did vote against it because of the connection with the citizens with elected offices. And I didn't see any reason that we should make that reduction. Again, I'll use the term I use quite often. I felt it was premature to make the move because I felt that revenue was going to skyrocket, and it did. And so even yet today, I'm going along with Robin's 5% projection, even though we were at 20% towards the end here. But I think realistically, you're going to see a continuation of sales tax revenue. And like Robin said, around the state, other than those two jurisdictions, and I'm just going to say two because she mentioned Pierce County and King County, which have a lot of retail outlet in the unincorporated area. We never had any of that. And that's why all those other jurisdictions are doing well too, because, the Amazons of the world are doing well, and everybody's ordering and getting it delivered. So that's why I still want to give those elected officials their revenue back. And if they don't use it, we're going to get it back. And I want to commend most of the elected officials did an excellent job even before we made the reduction of 2%, because they tightened their belts in anticipation of a problem. And I agree with the chair that, we had all those layoffs and things going on. It was looking pretty bleak for a while, but I don't know. We got lucky, I guess, maybe is the best way to put it.
Yeah.
So I'm still going to be in favor of those elected officials getting their 2% back. So that's my reasoning for it all.
Not the departments. You would like to just, and we already restored the treasurer, right? So you're talking about we heard the assessor got his 2% back as well. I'm trying to understand Commissioner Edwards' proposal. So it would be the sheriff, the coroner, the auditor, the court.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I don't have them all wrote down here.
That's a million.
It's just that I'm gonna stay consistent, I guess. I'm old fashioned. I do things on a handshake, and I'm consistent.
And $1 million was the totality of all of the groups. So Commissioner Edwards' proposal would be less than
the elected offices.
With all due respect, that puts an unfair field. And I understand Commissioner Edwards' perspective. The elected officials are elected by the public directly, and they have a different purpose. But also the departments respond to the citizens' needs as well. Mm-hmm. And they provide services to the citizens as well. So, and for me, is for the board to consider about fairness in everything that you do for both offices and departments.
Yeah, I'm opposing it as an approach, just mainly because I feel that different offices and departments responded in last year's budget negotiations in different ways. And many of the requests that we granted for this year's budget was not named that, but it was in effect a restoration of the 2% cut, because they made specific asks and we granted them. And we can't put that genie back in the bottle and make it fair across the board. So I'm not going down that road myself. So that leaves it in Commissioner Mejia's hands.
So for me, I have another question. So, I mean, would those amendments have been approved if there weren't those 2% cuts?
What amendments?
That came on by those other departments? Like, I mean, were there necessary, or did they just, I don't.
I'm talking about the building the 2021 budget, just the regular budget process for this year. We cut their budget in like June or July. And then they came through in August, September, October with their request. Almost nobody said, give me my 2% back, because they'd been told that we weren't doing that. But they came with a whole bunch of other grab bag of requests. Now, everybody was restrained. Almost everybody was very restrained, so I don't mean to imply otherwise. But there's always variation amongst the different groups. Some didn't ask for anything because they thought there was no money and they didn't want to ask. Others asked for quite a few things because they were hit hard by the 2%, you see? And so we granted the things that seemed most critical, the money for that seemed most critical. So coming into 2021, in my opinion, we've already done a grab bag of responding to the 2% cut and the severity of it and the impact by the process that we undertook to set the 2021 budget. That's how I see it.
Commissioner Menser, hadn't the board asked offices and departments if they would want the 2% rather than the various requests that they asked for.
That rings a bell.
Yeah, and the treasurer said, I'd like my 2%, and the board granted that.
Yeah, because that discussion was part of the 2021 budget preparation. And one of the options that I presented to you was restore the 2%. And I believe you, Patricia, said, well, that's the easy way out, right? And you went through the requests, and the board went through all single requests to fund the most critical items, as opposed to have funded a blanket request of restoring the 2%. And see, here we are. You have gone through line item by line item on the policy requests. You have put some thought on this. And here, you know, here's the 2%. For me, is about fairness and process. So.
Anyway, it's 4:14. I do have a 4:30. I must be out the door because I have a kid pickup.
So on the 2%, what I have is Commissioner Menser not to restore the 2%. Commissioner Edwards, yes, only to the elected offices. Where's Commissioner Mejia on this?
If it was asked of electeds and departments beforehand, I wasn't aware, thank you, Robin, for bringing that up, then I guess I'll go with no. For me, it's either yes across the board, or no, but.
Okay, so what I have, Commissioner Mejia, no, Commissioner Messer, no, and Commissioner Edwards, yes, so it's not approved.
There is one item on this list, and the only reason I didn't start with this as a bucket is because we do have this one Medic One request that really isn't necessarily a restoration of the 2% cut.
No, we already discussed that is going to be related to a policy item.
Right.
It is not part of the 2%, yeah.
Correct. So I need a decision on this one item, $258,000 for Medic One. They had purposefully reduced their spending for these things because there was insufficient fund balance. And my recommendation to you is to leave it, to say no to this item until we see the levy passes and what their fund balance is going to be.
That's where I'm at, so I'm a thumbs down.
Commissioner Mejia. Say Commissioner Mejia, no, Commissioner Messer, no, Commissioner Edwards? We lost you, Commissioner Edwards?
No, okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want that ambulance to show up, so I'm gonna vote yes.
He wants the what?
The ambulance to show up.
Yeah.
I want the ambulance to show up.
So, okay,
Well, this will be responded by, can't the things, I mean, because there are some things on there that you said that you would talk to Kurt about that could be covered with COVID funds.
Yeah, we can look at that.
Can't we look at that and the things that can be covered by COVID funds, be covered by COVID funds, and then.
So, but this request as it is, I'm hearing no, no, and yes, so it's no, right?
Correct.
And we'll look for alternatives how to cover, to use the COVID funds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, we can do that.
Okay.
Okay, great. Then the last item is the funding of Blake. What is the board's pleasure there, knowing that we're going to get at least some revenue to cover those costs? And I apologize that I don't have an instant answer on how much you have said yes to in the general fund to plug into the forecast.
Can we take this up at Commissioner check-in tomorrow and with that number in hand?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely, that would be great.
I'd like to do that because we're talking about $880,000, something like that.
Yep.
900.
That may be all or partially reimbursed, but we can't be sure.
Right.
And maybe by tomorrow, we can probably bring that work in the spreadsheet to see where we are on the decisions that
That's what I was
has
saying.
made so far.
That's exactly
Okay.
what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Well, very good. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you,
Good
Robin.
We're done, right?
Yep,
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.